y'all doing? Hello, how are we doing? It's gonna be a bit of a late start with the reading, but I wanted to hang out for a minute. Cause, well not late, but you know, a couple of minutes. It's gonna take a few minutes. Cause I need to have my lunch. So you guys get to have, ASMR of me eating a meat pie. Oh, and I'm very excited. I was checking the YouTube analytics last night. And I hit 80 subscribers. 80. Big number. I've been stuck at 79 for so long and I hit 80 recently and I'm like, yay. I actually have like a little thing I'm going to do when I hit 100 on YouTube is I'm going to do a little raffle for like a poetry raffle. Because I love writing poetry. I'm a bit rusty, but I really like doing it. I've got the chops, I reckon. I'm not classically trained or anything, but I've got like the creative chops. So I'm gonna do like a poetry raffle where people like send like on Blue Sky. Yeah, on Blue Sky. Where you have to like do the classic like and follow and reply with what you want. I'll like let people do like, hey, could you write poetry about my OC, but they've got to tell me like the lore so I can talk about them and not just their hot character. But you get me? I think that'll be really fun because I can't really do a classic art raffle with my current skills. So poetry it would have to be, but I would like to do it would be give me an excuse to get back into poetry. I like words. I like having fun with words and getting silly with it. And it's a good brain exercise. But the raffle wouldn't just be like, hey, submit your OC lore. It would just be like, hey, can you write me poetry about this flower or something like that? That would be acceptable too. But yeah, I think that would be really fun. So, you know, tell all your friends. 100 subscriber goal. Priscilla does a poetry raffle on YouTube. Hang on. Tell all your friends. I think it's worth it to subscribe to my YouTube because given a lot of the games I play are so story focused, it's good to like watch what we've done so far, all the story stuff that has already happened. It's like keeps you up to date on things. So it would be like very cool to get like, because I've got more people following me on Twitch than on YouTube, which I get because it is my main platform, but it would be nice to match up a little bit so you guys could like see my past content because I've got a lot of interesting stuff on there. I do. I've got 86 videos and I've only been doing this for like a couple of years. This is like my second year now. A year or two that I've been doing this. And I'm going to be finishing, for those who aren't in the server, you may have seen my 2026 goals. Very exciting goals. I am very excited. And I'm going to tell you about them. My 2026 goals. Yes, it's good having the archive. Exactly, Jackie. Exactly. 2026 goals. I'm going to get my first sponsor. Yes. And I'm working on that already. I have someone helping me with getting that sorted. I do need to pay them, but we're working on it. Some things are happening. We're going to finish Katawa Shoujo. And I have plans for how to censor the naughty scenes for YouTube. So it can be uploaded on YouTube. And I would like to get a Patreon set up so you guys can see the uncensored stuff. But I'm not sure. That might be nice. And then I've also like to stabilize my ability to hit high notes when I sing. Because I only started singing like near the end of last year. Mid-end last year. And my high notes are still a bit shaky, but apparently I have like good high note potential. So that would be really fun. And those are my goals, and I think they're really achievable. I think I could do them. But we're cooking. We're cooking. But let's eat our lunch and then we'll dive into things. What are your goals, by the way, chat? Do you have any fun goals? Oh, you're gonna finish your 3D model? That's exciting. I love seeing your updates. It's looking really good so far. Chat, she is a curvy woman. I'll say that much. She's got curves for days. Yeah, I like women. I am enjoying that. I can't lie, I like women. I was saying in the server, I told people about my actual tactic. Yeah, women are so great. So true. You've got too many goals? No, Jewel. No, there's nothing wrong with too many goals. I think that's so cool. You just need to tunnel vision a little bit so you can have 2 that you work on for a bit and then you get those sorted and then you tunnel vision on 2 more. That's what I do. I tunnel vision a lot so that I don't go stuck with a bunch of goals at once. I have a tunnel vision problem though. I do. It can get severe. Also, hi FJ. But yes, I was talking about this little skill I have that is trained into me. So people in real life want to show you hot men, right? I've noticed this. They want to show me men they think are hot, and they want to gush about how hot these men are. I don't understand. I don't understand the attractiveness of men. Okay, straight up, I don't. It's not clicking for me, as you may have figured. Love you, Julie. Kisses. Yes, but Julie, you've just got to pick 2 goals that you hyper focus on, and then you can do the next ones, and then it's all good. So what I do, and Ambrosia saw me talking about this in the server, because it was really funny, and she was like, "That's so real," which is really nice. What I do to manage to socialize with people when they want to talk about their hot men, because I don't want to be dismissive. That's mean. That's not fun. That's not fun and cool and girly pop of me. What I do is I pretend it's a butch woman. I pretend it's like a butch woman, and if the man's got stubble, I'm like, well, women have facial hair sometimes, and she's just really progressive and cool. Yeah, it is what it is. It's how my brain. It's such a yeah. It's very fucking funny because there are so many times where I'll see art of hot men and I'm like, man, that's dull, and I'll almost scroll past. I seen Tushy Bean. You all know her. She's not in here, so I can't shout her out. But we all know Tushy Bean. Most of us know, but Tushy Bean. Tushy Bean VT, my treasure, was such a fun girl, very horny. I like sending art of hot women to her. I do that with Wolfie too. Hot men, rather. So my problem is sometimes I'll scroll past the hot men art. And I'll be like, aren't I sending hot men to Tushy? And I'll be like, is this hot? I don't know. And then I'll think, what if this was a woman? And then I get it. And I send it to her. And she's like, oh my God, Priscilla! And I'm like, no problem, babe. And I don't tell her my trick. She doesn't know. Yes, men are just butch women. So true. Yes. I haven't told her this. She doesn't know. And she just thinks I'm really good at finding art. Which I am. I have such good artistic sense. And I follow amazing people on Blue Sky. But I don't. It does help make it a bit easier when the art of the men is a little bit girly pop. I won't lie. A little bit cutesy core. Let me post the hot men art that I sent her recently in my server, because it is a bit more girly pop. So it does make a little bit more sense in my little bitty brain. My lovely cute brain. My brain with the magic. Oh, thank you for giving Tushy a shout out. Yes, I sent her horny art. I also Sacred. You did, Jackie. Thank you. I'm gonna send the horny man out in my server. Welcome in, Sacred. Hi. Like, it is a bit more girly pop, so it makes a little bit more sense. How you doing, Sacred? We're having a bit of like a chatterino, a chatty time before stream start because I haven't had my lunch. I'm eating. But how you doing? Were you sending me? No. I could send you to the server. Hang on. Sacred, are you in my server? Oh my god. Are you in my server? You could see hot men in my server. And hot women. We're going for a while here. Yeah, we're just chatting for a minute. But yeah, if you want to see the hot man, girly pop hot man, I posted it in the server. He's not really... Yeah, Ambrosia. Ambrosia literally replied, imagines as woman. Wow. Yeah, you get it. You get it, girl. It works every time. That one makes more sense to me, like, because it's a bit girly pop. It makes more sense in my brain. Hey, Stella, how you doing? I'm fine. I'm pretty good. I think this new year is going to be good for me. I think this is the year of Priscilla. And I think this is the year of all my followers. We're all going to have a good year. There might be some things that happen that kind of suck. Like, right now I did overspend a bit and I'm a little bit broke. So I can't pay off a few things. But I get paid next week. I get my government payout next week, so I can pay off a few things. I did overspend, and that happens when you're like planning so many things. It happens, and it's just me not having enough restraint and being like, you'll get to it. You get your government payout every week. Don't stress. You don't need to do this immediately. It's just what it is. Sometimes you get excited and you get like, oh, I gotta plan things, and I gotta get art for this and like for projects and all that sort of thing. So yeah, we have our moments of like mess ups and muck ups, but we get over it. We get through it. We like contextualize it in our brain. December is so expensive. It is. It's so expensive. And January can be pretty expensive too, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I had to buy a new calendar, babe. And you know I can't just have a basic ass calendar. You know me. Everything has to like fit in my vibe or I get like, ugh. So I ordered one off eBay. It should arrive in February/March. I like having a physical calendar. I got a My Melody one this year. I had Karomi last year. So it's My Melody this time. I can model, don't know why, but I get Cheshire Cat meets Sailor Moon. Oh my god! That's actually awesome. I love the Cheshire Cat so much. Like, Cheshire Cat is so cool. I love that bitch. And Sailor Moon? What a dream. Actually, Sacred, do you know Tokyo Mew Mew? You see my earbells? Inspired by Tokyo Mew Mew. Teehee. Yeah, great timing. Yeah, very clever of me. I could just get like a random ass calendar from the fucking bookstore or whatever, and just like, it would be fine. It would do the function, but it wouldn't be me. Ugh, it wouldn't be me. Ugh. Exactly. I'm gonna look at it for like so long. It's gotta feel good. It's gotta click. I actually have like white walls in my room, and it's been kind of suffocating because we actually own the house we're in now. We've been renting my whole life, and now we finally own a house, which this did set us back quite a bit, but it was kind of a bargain for how nice it is here. There isn't as much work as it would have been for like a lot of houses you buy. There's actually not much work at all. Owning a house is awesome. It is. Oh no, babe. I'm sorry, Jewel. You're making your own? Oh, send me your like a picture of your planner when you make it. I want to see how cute it is. I want to see it. I'm sorry it's so expensive. Yeah, shipping from the US is crazy style. So you got a calendar with a planner. So I'm writing down daily what you're thinking in the planner. Oh, mindfulness. I love that. That's so cool. But I was thinking of like, because a lot of my furniture, I have like pink shelves and more pink shelves and a blue and pink like wall coat hanging thing. My desk is brown, but all desks are brown or white or like black. You know, you can't really do anything about that. But most of the accessorizing of my room is pink. So I thought to myself, I don't want to do pink walls. That'll be dull. There's too much pink already. I know. There's never too much pink, but you know me. I like to balance things a little bit. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to get a little bit of a poppy yellow, pastel poppy yellow, and I'm going to paint my walls that. I'm not sure if I want to paint the ceiling there though, because that is also white and I don't love that. I was wondering if I want to do like a mural on the ceiling, because that would be really fun. Mum has the thing where she's like, oh, it might be too busy, it might be hard to sleep. Nah. I've got that autistic brain where it's like, if my surroundings are busy, I'm actually calmer. Have you seen like autistic decor that is like really over the top and like, but like in a cozy way? That's the sort of thing I love. Gratitude is definitely something you want to work on this year. That's so good. That's a great trait to have more of, Jewel. Like that is incredibly healthy to think of. Maximalism, yes, but cute. Not like celebrity maximalism. Not like house catalog maximalism. You've seen it before. You've seen that sort of thing before. There's a creator on YouTube who I see every now and then. I'm like, that's exactly my style. And I was thinking I would paint my door as well, because it's like a very dull blue grey. And I was thinking I would really like to do like something like wallpaper, but I can't actually wallpaper a door. That's ridiculous. But you know what I mean, right? Like something like that. And then it'll be easier to just do it on the one side, so the outside that faces the house, like the living area, wouldn't be like clashing. But I really don't. Oh, I'm burping. Oops, I'm talking and eating. What did I expect? But I really think I need patterns on the door and the closet door too, absolutely. My closet is a fucking mess. It's so tiny. This isn't a very big house, to be fair. Oh. Sorry, I bumped the mic there. I was almost dropped my pie gravy on my top. I was rushing. Peasants? Did I say peasants? Or am I just going on and on and on and on? You feel like you can be super thankful this week, but you wonder how many repeats you'll have through the year? Totally fair. We have our bad weeks, and we have our good weeks. Is what it is. Take joy in the fact that you are having a good week. That's all I can say. Time is very messy like that. We think about like, oh, the big picture too often. We don't think about the little picture very much. So be like excited about the fact that you're having a good week, I think. Tushy! Girl, I gave you a shout out because I was about to share porn art. Not porn. Well, it's not porn. There's no dick. I gave Tushy. she just appeared out of nowhere. She must have seen the shout out. Hi, Tushy, baby. Hi, girl. We're yammering a lot. I'm eating my lunch, and then we're gonna read. But I want to have my lunch first. Well, not the porn. It was kind of porny though. It was horny as fuck. That art I sent you. I was talking about how the way I find hot men art for you is that I haven't told you this, but I put it through the butch woman lens. I don't know it's hot until I put it through the butch woman lens, babe. I actually have no clue. She's gonna know now. It's fine, she can know. It's a cute little trick I do. I've survived so many social scenarios with this. You would not believe. I used to do it unconsciously, like in high school when people were talking about their boyfriends. I'm not even joking. Yeah, Tushy loves men. And I love that for her. We've got to have some people that love men in this world. She is, well, yeah, fictional men. Yeah, that's different though. You love fictional men. Totally, yeah. Totally fair, babe. Totally fair. But yes, hi. We were talking about New Year's resolutions and things. Have you got any fun ones? Any fun, achievable ones? I'd love to hear them. We have been discussing a project, me and her. I don't know. Do we want to tell them? Or do we want to keep it a secret? Explain what this? What I'm playing? Sacred, I am playing Yowie. Congratulations. It's Yowie. It's Yowie Day. Oh, welcome to the service, Sacred. Start making longish content you've been wanting to do for a while? Yes. That would be so fun. I am excited to see you like getting really like delving into all sorts of other styles and seeing what else you want to do. That would be so cool. Learning digital art too? Yes. Yes, the Yao Yuri podcast. You want to talk about it? We can talk about it. So we were chatting about Yao and Yuri one day, as you do. And we were discussing how we're like two sides of the same coin. She's the Yaoi, I'm the Yuri. And we were like, what if we made a podcast where we like present... Oh, the Butch lens? How you use it? Sorry. No, that's totally fine. So... Backtrack. So the Butch lens. So you know Butch women, right? A lot of Butch women are very masculine in their dressing and their haircuts and stuff like that. So it's like putting a filter over someone. How to explain it? Do I need visual references? I might need visual references. Let me get a real person. That sounds better than bringing up some random's art. Hang on. Let me get a really easy one for you all. This is educational, actually. Get me that educational tag. Image. Shala. Okay. So this is a man. No, you're fine. I'm derailing everything, babe. So this is a man, right? We all know this is a man, yeah? We've all been told this is a man. Now, imagine a woman. Imagine a woman with a very similar build. The shoulders, the build, the sort of skinny muscle look, the angular jawline. right? My brain will place that woman with very similar features. It will morph this man subconsciously, not like actual morphing, but like I will see the features I enjoy in butch women, and I will be like, oh, this is just like woman. Thank you for the head pats. I don't call me a fucking bottom. I am not a bottom. Girl, I defended you when everyone was calling you a bottom. Oh, yeah, no, he's a bottom, absolutely. Absolutely. Show me a butch woman who isn't a bottom. Oh, wait. The thing is, so many butch women are like massive bottoms, and it's really funny. Okay, so we take the features that are the same as a butch woman as on the man, and subconsciously we don't morph an actual image of him into something else. We recognize the features that work on women, and we go, oh, I see. It all makes sense now. It all clicks. These features that I enjoy on women are also enjoyable on men, to others. Ah. And then you're saved. And then the social situation is saved. Called Shadow the Ledger Hedgehog a butch lesbian, and I see him as a bottom. Yeah. He is totally a butch, but he is also a bottom. I've seen some very butchy art of him. Shadow is not a top. You all know Shadow the Hedgehog, right? I don't need to put up a picture of Shadow the Hedgehog for my visual guide. Broby trying to bitch lesbian. That's me. I'm the bitch lesbian. You all know Shadow the Hedgehog, right? I don't need to put up a visual guide of Shadow. I hope that explained everything sacred. But yeah, I was actually doing that like... Oh, I've got gravy on my face. Hang on. Yeah, it's okay. Tushy be like passionate, and she writes and then sends things and doesn't check for spelling mistakes. That's what she do. She's a passionate woman. She doesn't have time for like checking what she's saying. She's busy. She's alive. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm glad you understand sacred. Yeah, you have a whole different language. It's the fairy language, isn't it? We're almost finished with the pie. I need to lick the plate. I always be licking the plate because it's gravy. I need the gravy in me. I need it. Oh gosh, now an ad is starting soon. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. Again. Tushy doesn't just like feminine men. She likes muscular men as well. She likes all sorts of fictional men stylings. As long as the man is pretty, in some sense, she's down. I'm not even joking. She likes the himbos are more her speed, yeah. She likes a man that she can tell that he's wrong, but like pat him on the head about it, you know? Give the little baby a puppy. Give the big buff man a pat on the head and like push him down there. Yeah. Tushy is a titty man. Titty. She likes her people with titty. She likes titty. She likes a man with titty. Absolutely. She wants to be able to squeeze those things together. Oh yeah, I won't continue the game until the ad's over because we've been rambling anyway. Ugh. This has been a fun start to stream. I've missed you. Yeah, you want the jiggle, yes, girl. Which I completely understand, girl. I love like the soft. I like soft. So true. Could subscribe to me. Give me more money for projects. That would be cool. You just missed me like talking about how I did overspend a little bit and I'm waiting for my next paycheck from the government. Oopsie. I have too many things I'm trying to do and it's a problem. You should give me money. Also, Tushy, you missed the other thing that earlier. We're doing once we hit 100 subs on YouTube, I'm gonna do a poetry raffle. Because I was like, we just hit 80. I might as well start planning for what it'll be when we get there. And I think that'll be so fun. Cause I'm not good at like art, but I'm okay at poetry. I'm pretty okay, and I've had some bangers. Yeah, you want to get an artist for your new design? Oh my god, what if you got Squishy to do your art for your new design? What if we were also model sisters, you, me, and Tempe and Tushy? What if? Yeah, but I've got all these things planned, and I did overspend a little bit. But we ball. Welcome back! Sister Wives is crazy work, Jewel, but good job. That's exactly the kind of joke I'd make. Congratulations. Welcome back, Sacred. So last time on Beneath the Bleeding Moon, they had arrived to an inn on their first stop at the journey. And our lovely beautiful crossdresser Haru was a bit jealous about how Kikoshi? God, I can never remember his name. When I see it, I'll know. How he was like talking to the waitress and like being like genial and friendly. He was like, ugh, you don't have to be so nice to her. You're so flirting with her. And then they went in like this shared hot spring together. And he was trying so hard to not stare at the hot man's titties that were like out in the open. He was like, I can't stare. That's weird. Why would I stare at this hot commoner? And then the hot commoner washed his hair. And it was so cute. And I think they're still in the hot spring. We saw titty last time, man titty. It was really cool. Hint, hint. You should join my YouTube channel to see man titty and various other cool hot things. They were pretty juicy titties, Tush, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they were impressive. Wrong one, babe. It's VODs. There you go. It's in my title! She's not reading. Toshi don't need to read. She's cute. As Haru examined the moon, his head tilted back, he recalled the eerie, unnatural sky he had witnessed on the night when Sakurako had been attacked. The moon had been red, like a camellia flower, almost as though it had been bleeding. The air had thronged with malice. It had been so thick Haru could have choked on it. Girl! My brain is bad. Another joy of subscribing to the VODs channel is that I don't pause for ads when I play games, even if they're like reading games like this. So if you go to the VODs channel, you can get to enjoy the scenes that you accidentally missed sections of. I'm sorry for not pausing, but it is what it is. It incentivizes subscribing, you have to understand. We're going to see titty again? Dang it. I was thinking with that fade out we were going to see the titty again. You look because you work? Oh, good luck at work, Tushy. I hope it's not too stressful or sloggy. At least the air was crisper now. It was cool, and it chilled Haru's damp hair which hung loosely about his shoulders. He couldn't sense any monsters in the immediate vicinity. The night was a calm, relaxing one. Oh, they weren't as juicy as I remembered. I'm sorry. I lied. They're a bit flatter than they're still kind of juicy. But they're not as juicy as they could have, as I imagined them. I was thinking different. I was thinking of like titties that were like cover the cover 'em up slut meme. Oh, you're also working, Jackie? I hope work is not too stressful and it's chill. Hi, welcome in, Anamika. Yeah, they're in the hot spring together. It's like very homoerotic right now. I am disappointed at my brain that imagined him having like that beautiful redhead having like much juicier titties than I remembered his titties differently, you could say. Hey Haru, sorry for the wait. Your exceedingly handsome, well-to-do hairdresser has returned. Or at least it was until Kishous waded back into the springs, a wooden bucket in tow. You took your sweet time. I know, I'm sorry. Took a while to find what I was looking for, but hey, now there's nothing to stop me from giving you all the attention you deserve. There's a not safe for work patch version of this on itch.io. It's official. Who said that? Let's get your head nice and damp, shall we? Haru watched impassively as Kishous dipped the bucket into the spring. That's why the scene makes them look juicier. Am I wrong? We just saw the scene last time, and it makes them look a bit juicier. Okay, I feel like I'm right. Then, after instructing him to close his eyes, I wouldn't want this blinding you. Kishous let the water cascade over the crown of Haru's head. Kishous repeated this several times in his attempt to wash all of the residual dirt from Haru's scalp. His hair looks so nice here, Kishous. Look at it, it's so fluffy. Then once he was satisfied, he set the bucket down on the edge of the spring and introduced his hands to Haru's hair once more. He began to massage it, sluicing. Sluicing, that's such an icky word, I'm sorry, sluicing. Sleuthing an inspector, sleuthing the case. Sluicing the strands free of water, humming all the while as he worked. Haru didn't know what song it was that Kishous was humming, but there was something nostalgic about it. Perhaps it was some sort of a lullaby? Was it a lullaby that Kishous had hummed to his younger sisters when they had still been alive? There was something surprisingly gentle about the way that Kishous handled him, something which spoke of hidden depths. Did she? Yes, Titty! Yes! It wasn't hard to believe as Kishous brushed out his hair that he was an older brother. He was considerate enough for it. More so than Haru had imagined he might be. But as new as his dick. Girl! No, this ain't the not safe for work patch. That's on itch.io only. I got this through Steam. Girl! she be hoping. Tishy's hopeful. She's a hopeful soul. Haru wasn't sure why, but he had the feeling Kishous had been a very attentive sibling indeed. He wouldn't have been surprised if his younger sisters had adored him. That knee does look phallic. Chat, think about the similarities between the shape of a knee and the shape of a dick. Okay, it was gonna look phallic. They're very similar shapes from that sort of like angle. There's nothing you can do about that. You guys are just dirty-minded, and that's actually fine. We're all dirty-minded here. This is an 18+ stream. Congratulations. Continue to think there are secret dicks in this visual novel. Live your dreams. He wouldn't have been surprised if his younger sisters had adored him. At least they had been well cared for, Haru supposed, before they died. Kishou continued to hum, his breath warm against the nape of Haru's neck. As he worked, Haru was put in mind of Sakurako. Haru frowned. It had been only a day since he had last seen Sakurako, but already he missed her. He missed his mother too. His father he hadn't known well enough to miss, but he'd always been closer to Sakurako than he had the family matriarch. Would she be alright? Kishou, seeing how Haru tensed, paused, his fingers still buried in Haru's hair. You alright? I didn't tug on a knot, did I? What? Oh, no, I'm fine. I just feel a bit lightheaded is all. Lightheaded, eh? That's concerning. Especially coming from a guy who's supposed to save us all from some ancient curse. You've got to rest up. Which reminds me, it is getting late. Maybe you're tired. I could be. Haru yawned. Had quite a long journey. No kidding. I'm feeling kind of weary myself. Though maybe I'm hardier than you, on account of living on the streets and all. You, however, were brought up like a fair maiden. This must all be a lot for you to bear. You mean the monsters? That and the travelling, yeah. It'd do a number on anybody. We should probably get you off to bed. I reckon I've cleaned you here thoroughly enough. To bed? Huh. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. You think I could use some sleep? Even if Sakurako wouldn't be there to wake him up come the morning light. First though, Haru yawned, then leant back. He let his head rest against Kishou's chest, heedless of their nakedness. Haru was unaccustomed to being so very intimate with others. But perhaps it didn't matter. He and Kishou were both men. It wasn't as though Kishou had anything that he did not. Why should he feel abashed? Do you mind if I stayed like this for a bit? I need to get my energy back. Oh my! What's this? Kishou blinked, bemused. He mustn't have been expecting this display of weakness, not from a proud man like Haru, because for the briefest of moments, something resembling a blush canvassed his cheeks. Kishou didn't blush for very long, however. And in any case, this rare display of abashment went unnoticed. Haru wasn't looking at him, so couldn't see it. His gaze was fixed instead upon the moon. You really must be feeling out of it, young master, if you're willing to rely on a lowly vessel such as myself for support. Girl, I don't know what accent I'm doing for Kishou. He's all over the fucking place. I'm trying to do like this like gutter snipe voice. And it's not working. It's kind of fucking messy. I'm really bad at voices, actually. At least this type of voice. You ain't feeling faint, are ya? A little bit, maybe. And it's as I thought. You really have been in here for too long. We've got to get you out of the water. Here. Kishou's voice trailed off, uncharacteristically so for him. He looked at Haru. Or to be more precise, the crown of Haru's head, which was damp. He smiled. Then very gently, he wound his muscular arms around Haru's bare shoulders. But we can stay like this just a little longer if you want. You don't have to worry about a thing. I've got ya. I know you do. Haru felt Kishou's arms curl about him, but didn't try to pull away. He didn't have the energy to put any space between them, and neither did he want to. Being with Kishou was better, if nothing else, than being alone. Oh, that's so cute! That was really sweet. And I like that he sort of, even though Haru didn't notice, he got Kishou a bit off balance there with his cuteness. That's really sweet. Haru stood in the hot spring with Kishou for several moments more, leaning against him, before he announced that he was ready to leave. Hi, Shael! Thank you for the hit pets. Good morning to you. The pair exited the hot springs, Haru trembling as the cool night air met his naked skin. They dressed after drying themselves, and together they entered the inn. They returned to the shared room, which was not particularly spacious, and Haru soon found himself overcome with exhaustion. thank you for the hydrating stretchies. Oh, oh, big stretch. Kishou laid out the futons for the pair of them, and Haru wasted little time in laying down. Kishou observed this and smiled. Looks like somebody really is sleepy. It's actually quite sweet. You're a lot cuter than you like to let on, young master. But I'm forgetting myself. You're a strong, independent young man, ain't you? You don't need me fussing over you. I tried to tell you that, but you didn't listen. You insisted on laying your hands on me. I don't know if insisted is quite the right word. It is. But you didn't mind it too much, did you, young master? Don't you feel refreshed, at least? Now that I've gotten some of the grime out of that lovely long hair of yours. Mostly. I just feel tired. I can tell. You've been grumpy all day, but you lost some of that vitriol. Oh, I still have plenty of it to spare, believe me. Shale, I regret to inform you that you just missed Mantity. But that's okay, because you probably saw it at the last stream. I do. You still ain't been all that nice to me despite everything I've done for you. But that's fine. I won't keep moaning about it, I ain't your mother. It'd be better for you to rest. You missed the what? Sorry? Yeah, they were in the hot springs together and there was gratuitous Mantity. Although you can still see Kishou's amazing cleavage, so I don't know. I know, not woman titty. We can only show man titty on Twitch. Woman titty is illegal. I know. Equality. Hashtag equality. Make woman titties legal. Jackie, you're really gutting for that 100 sub thing on YouTube now. Jackie is in manager. Jackie's in manager mode for real. She's like, I gotta do it. I gotta promote everything now. I think I'll be catching you soon enough. I'm pretty tired myself. Good. I'm not in the mood to amuse you. You heard your goal and you want to see. Oh, thank you, baby. I appreciate that a lot. Sorry if you feel that way. Bro said hee hee. He said hee hee. He's such a little goofball. Kishou kind of man to go to like the Sanrio Disney park and wear the character ears without embarrassment, unironically. You're gonna leave a subscriber over at my VOD's channel? Oh my god, Shale. Teehee. He's so silly. Kishou is so silly. Okay? Yes, it's working, Jackie. Your master scheme is working. Yeah, I can picture it so clearly. He's at like the Sanrio Disney like theme park and he's got like the, oh my god, which character ears would he wear? Oh my god. And then he'd make Haru wear matching ones too. Oh my god. Kishou would wear My Melody and he'd make Haru wear Kuromi. Because they're girlfriends. Oh my god, yes. Can I get that? I don't have enough people who have the time or energy to draw that for me, but I would love it. I wouldn't hate it if that was put in my server or something. I would be a big fan. That would be so cute. I guess I ain't the best traveling companion, huh? You really aren't. But you aren't the worst either. Oh my god, it's almost a compliment. I think Haru is growing. I really like the detail of Haru's green eyes. It's so pretty. with the green kimono. He's like very green. It's nice. Haru couldn't help but recall the way Kishous handled his hair in the hot spring. His touches had been light enough that they bordered on caresses, so caring and considered they could have been regarded as affectionate. Whether Kishou felt any genuine affection towards him remained to be seen, but at least he wasn't cruel. Haru fancied that he could rely on him, if nothing else. Ah, you're gonna sub on my YouTube? Thank you, Sacred. I've got a big backlog. I've got over 80 VODs on there now. And it's the only place where you can see the Katawa Shoujo playthrough. I can't stream it on Twitch because of reasons. I have to do editing for it. So even more reason to sub to the YouTube. You get exclusive content that I can't put on Twitch. He had felt nothing when first he had met Kishou, save contempt. But now... Slowly, Haru let his eyes fall shut. Haru is such like the possessive, jealous tsundere type, for real. Tsundere that could turn into a yandere if he really got put through it. You feel me? The content was well earned? Yes! He tried to rob him? Yeah, but like... But like forbidden love. A noble and a commoner, you know? It's just like a meet cute. Sleep washed over him, settling upon his body like snow. But if he had hoped to find any degree of solace in his dreams, that he was soon disappointed. Ooh, more dream lore. We had a first dream last time, and it was pretty lore heavy, but still some mysterious stuff. Yeah, you understand the prickly thoughts about him. I also think that Haru is just really up himself in general, though. Like, it's a bit of a messy meet cute, but it's still a meet cute. I think it's very fun to start out a little bit messy and then gradually get to know each other because you have to. I don't like things that start out easy. It feels wrong in fiction. Like, it feels... Like, I know that their fluffy stuff is, like, nice, and I do enjoy it from time to time, but, like, a little bit of conflict in the relationship, it don't hurt. It don't hurt. Although, miscommunication, my nemesis. I don't hate when miscommunication is used well, but it is so often used so poorly and so, like, lazily. It's just like, oh, they're not talking. That's it. That's the only reason why it happens, is that they're not like talking about everything. Yeah, like you have to have reasons why they're not talking. Like in Cherry Magic, there's some use of miscommunication, right? Classic yaoi, very fun. There was an anime, but it was like it hasn't covered a lot of the story. It's just like the setup. The first season of the anime is just like a lot of the setup to the relationship and not actually like cute moments, so it can get a bit dry. It's a lot of yearning and like build up to what's going to happen, and then there's not much time in the actual relationship, which is a little bit annoying, but it's what they had to do because it was a bit of a slow burn. Miscommunication can work really well. In Cherry Magic, I would argue it did. And this is because our protagonist is immensely insecure. He's never been like chosen for things in his life, and he has a lot of self-image issues, which make a lot of sense for who he is as a character. So he just doesn't talk about his stuff with people because he doesn't think he's worth the time and effort, and he doesn't think there's any point in him striking out a lot of time. Like, he doesn't put himself out there, so he doesn't find love very easily. And then the other guy, the guy who's been in love with him for, like, since he started working there, basically. The handsome, perfect guy in the office. he has his own insecurities that make him bad at communication as well, and they are very real. I'm struggling to word. Like, they are very much like he was only valued for his looks. That's something. Like, people don't always value what he actually does, so he doesn't think his brain is considered very often, so he doesn't always talk about his stuff. He can be quite impulsive, so he'll jump into things, and then later he'll be like, hey, I'm doing this thing, and he'll be like, and other people will be like, you have to tell me about this, we have to discuss this before you do things. And then he's like, oh, but I really want to do it, I'm sorry, I just did it. Like, these are things that, like, they work on together and grow, and, like, they actually, it's like one of those relationships where they, like, become better people together, which is the dream. That's the ideal. And it's so good. But so often, they just are like, they aren't talking to each other. And that's it. They just don't talk. There's no, like, reasons why they don't talk. They just don't talk. And they just, like, and sometimes it's like, oh, they keep trying to talk, but they keep getting interrupted. And I'm like, that's just as bad. Because it's clear that they have, like, potential to be really good at communicating. And you're just lazy. And you just put a miscommunication plot in because you felt like you should. Like, you just thought that a miscommunication plotline was something that is required in the romances. And you just put it in there because you have no idea what else plotline to do. When there's so many plotlines you can do in romances, like a love rival. Deciding where to live. If you're going to live together, do you move into existing apartments that you own? And if so, which one? Do you live in his or his? Or hers or hers, or his or hers? Like, you know, which apartment do you move into? Or do you find a new place together? And what will that mean for the relationship? Like, what will that mean for your jobs? Do you have to quit it? Like, there's so many easy conflicts to come up with when exploring relationships. And miscommunication is just done so much, and I often think it is done poorly. Thank you for listening to my beautiful rant. Thank you. Back to the beautiful story. You understand what I'm saying, of course. But yes, back to the mysterious dreams that I'm a big fan of. I'm excited about these dreams. They're dropping a lot of lore. Yes! My rants are always beautiful and so informed. Haru was running once again through a forest. Last time there was like this sacrificial thing, and I think this is to do with his cursed bloodline. And like this sacrificial like thing and like stuff going on in the last stream. And I think this is to do with his cursed bloodline, and they're gonna like, he's gonna like figure out how to break the curse through his dreams. But will he actually do it is the real question. It was late at night and the sky was black. It was so dark and the forest was so full of trees Haru could hardly see where he was going. He was running so quickly and had been running for so very long his legs felt as though they were ready to tear themselves clean from their sockets. His body felt bruised and battered. Every part of him was aching, even parts of him Haru did not know he possessed. But despite his discomfort, Haru pressed on. He had no choice but to keep going. There were no other options available to him. But God, it was hard. He only had so much stamina and already begun to desert him. His feet were sore and his soles were throbbing. The ache in his side, which once had been dull, was now a sharp stabbing pain he couldn't ignore. Haru's footsteps stilled. He gasped. Then his arms clutched around his middle. He vomited all over the forest floor. There was a foul taste in his mouth, and the pain in his side had yet to stop. His eyes, meanwhile, were salty with tears. This was it. It was the end. He was going to die. Panic seared through Haru's mind, red hot like tongues of flame. His whole body shuddered, and like the petals of a slowly blooming flower, a noxious voice began to whisper to him. Oh? Are you giving up already? That really is too bad. I'm sure that if I ran for much, much longer than you did, and I'm a lot littler than you are, ancestor or maybe his ancestor? The sacrificed person? But I guess that's about as much as you can manage. It's quite pitiful. But I shouldn't have expected much else. You always have been a hopeless case, haven't you? My worthless, good-for-nothing, big brother? Oh! Hello! More info. Did he have a sister that he was never told about? I'm very curious, much to think about. The malice which rippled in the air grew more intense until Haru feared he might drown in it. Hi, Wolfie! Hi! How are you? Thank you for the thing. Yeah, no problem. I know how you like men. I know that men are on your radar. How are you? Have you got any fun plans for the new year? Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Have you got any fun goals to achieve this year? Are you excited? His legs were so tired and his feet were so sore and swollen he could hardly stand. The leaves beneath him, meanwhile, were rustling ominously. His pursuer, whoever it was almost upon him. He turned, his eyes wide like a startled rabbit's, a scream burgeoning on the tip of his tongue. But Haru wasn't awoken by his own screams. You good? You just vibing? You'll be lurking? Love you so much. Love you too, baby. Have fun. Have fun with whatever you'll be doing. He was disturbed instead by a high-pitched, piercing cry. One which immediately made him think of Sakurako the night prior. Not the waitress. She was so nice. The scream was every bit as desperate as hers and even more shrill. What the? Haru glanced out of the window, then gasped. You found a goal for the year? Shale, tell me about it. Only if you want to. But I'd love to hear about it. It wasn't dark black as one might expect given the lateness of the hour, and neither was it the pinkish orange which denoted the rising of the sun. Oh no, it's a blood moon! That's when the demons happen! Chat! Scary! It was red. Scary, bad scary, not fun scary. Your goal is to grow tits? Girl, I believe in you. You got this. This is very achievable. You're going to grow amazing tits, I believe it. Girl, you're going to get cleavage. You got this, babe. What? Kishou, who must have been disturbed by those screams, sat up, his eyes frenzied. What's going on? You don't think it's more monsters? I'm certain of it. It's just like that night when Sakurako was attacked. Shit. Kishou cursed, then got to his feet. He retrieved Haru's scabbard and sword, then thrust them at him, his expression unusually serious. Then we don't have any time to waste, let's go! Haru accepted his sword and attached it to his obi. He did wonder, though, why Kishou meant to come with him. Only men of the Arashima family could kill those monsters. Wouldn't Kishou be a liability? Haru thought of asking Kishou to stay put, but... Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get moving! Those monsters ain't about to kill themselves. Well, alright. Haru capitulated at once to Kishou's request, knowing there was no way to stop him. He doubted Kishou would listen to his cautions in any way. They simply didn't have time to spare. Follow me. Haru exited their room, Kishou at his heels. The moment he stepped outside, however, he shuddered. There was an unpleasant stench in the air, rich and coppery. It must have been blood. Ah! It did not take Haru long at all to confirm this. The hallway which stretched out before him looked like a scene from hell itself. The moon was a round crimson orb, so bright and bloody it looked like an open wound. The light which exuded from the grotesque otherworldly moon, meanwhile, was of a similar reddish hue. The red light illuminated the wooden floor upon which Haru stood and the beige walls. It was bright enough to cast the hallway into sharp relief, revealing as it did the carnage which had unfolded within it. Many of the sliding doors which lined the hallway were open, and in their thresholds... Fucking hell. Haru could see people. Though perhaps people was not the right description. They had been people once at least. That much was inarguable. They wore yukata, which might once have been pale blue, or beige, or mint green. These yukata were all uniformly soiled, however, with red. These people had presumably been guests at this inn. They must have awoken when the sky had turned red and screams had split the air, fearful perhaps for their safety. They had tried to escape, and in so doing they had been slaughtered. Some of them were missing limbs, while one Haru could see only a few paces away was missing their head. It had been pulverized completely, reduced, not to flesh and bone, but to a fine paste which was sprayed across the tatami floor. Haru's stomach churned. How many people had died in their attempts to flee the inn? Had anybody survived? Haru's stomach, which was already tied in knots, churned all the more. The urge to be sick swelled within him to a nigh-on unmanageable degree. Haru had to swallow it down, however. He couldn't afford to be sick. If he did that, it would give the monsters which prowled the hallway a chance to strike. Haru could see 3 of the things, lurking at the other end of the hallway, dark, hulking figures which blended into the shadows. They looked like the creature which had assaulted Sakurako, wolf-like, with glowing red eyes and sharp pointed teeth. The tips of their ears and their tails seemed to be almost made of shadows, and their body undulated uneasily as though viewed beneath a film of water. These monsters were occupied with the guests of the inn, their heads dipped, muzzles dug into their bloodied flesh. They had been satiating themselves on sticky blood and slimy viscera when Haru and Kishou entered the hallway. The sounds of their footsteps, however, coupled with Kishou's earlier curse, had alerted their attention. The cute creatures paused. Then they raised their heads. They surveyed Haru and Kishou, who were facing them at the end of the hallway with their ears folded back. Lowly, they growled. And before Haru had a chance to fully grasp what had happened, they struck. The monsters moved quickly, frantically, but Haru was able to twist away from them with a surprising amount of calm. Haru didn't have the time to mourn the bodies strewn across the floor like marionettes. Hehe, that me. That could come later, once he had dispensed with the monsters which still lurked the inn. First, he needed to fight. New art! Yay! Yay! Pretty art! Chat, look, it's pretty art. Wow! Haru met an approaching monster with the blade of a sword. A metallic sound split through the air, of teeth on metal, as the monster shrunk back. Haru had not dealt a fatal blow, but he had been able to repel the monster. This was the first time Haru had used the blade his father had bequeathed him. He ought to have felt a little resistance, but wielding it felt perfectly natural. The sword was so easy to manipulate it might very well have been an extension of Haru's own body. He had felt similarly when holding that kendo sword, but his father's sword was something else. Its finely tempered steel, worn and pitted from years' worth of use, had a real heft to it that the kendo sword had not. It was heavier than the sword Haru was accustomed to, but this weight felt more appropriate. It felt as though the sword had been made for him. One of the monsters dove at Haru, its maw matted with blood. It parted its jaw, its teeth glistening in the red moonlight, its mouth dripping with viscera. "Young master, look out!" But it was no match for Haru. Haru drew his sword through the air, almost like a martial art master artist might handle a paintbrush. It was not ink, however, that blossomed from the tip of Haru's blade. Instead, it sliced straight through the monster's throat, cleaving its head from its shoulders. The monster howled, its red eyes wide in what might have been surprise, but its death throes didn't last for long. Its body had already begun to disintegrate before it had a chance to hit the ground. That was one foe easily felled. Haru was surprised at just how simple that had been. particularly when the first monster he had faced had put up such a vicious fight. Haru had thought that these creatures were stronger than that. But perhaps it was not that the monsters were strong. Perhaps he had simply been weak. With his father's sword in hand, however, Haru felt like he could do anything. He turned, his eyes sharper than the blade he held, and shifted. Once again he swung his sword, the blade cleaving through the large, bulky body of yet another monster. This monster too succumbed to the unforgiving steel with only a perfunctory whimper, one which sounded oddly pitiable. What if the monsters used to be people? Guys? What if the monsters used to be people? Ooh. Just a thought? Wouldn't it be surprising? This curse is very interesting and weird. Damn! You're good at this, young master. Your moves are the real deal. Like the detail in the writing where it said like it sounded almost pitiable. Oddly pitiable was like, are these things sentient? Did they used to be something more human? Like, what's going on? Do they not have any control over what they're doing? Like, I don't know. It's like little details like that are so purposeful. They feel so like purposeful, you know? I had no idea you were such a skilled swordsman. Neither did I. I don't have much practice, but this sword is rather easy to use. It almost felt as though it's been drawn to these creatures. What if the sword is the part of the curse? Do you mean it has a will of its own? Something like that, I suppose. Haru had a distinct feeling that his father's sword had been forged solely to kill these creatures. What if the sacrifice was turning someone into a sword? Ooh. Which is why he started having the dreams, because now the sword is in his possession. Ooh. I'm thinking, I'm plotting, I'm scheming. Theorizing. That was why it had been hewn. It had no other reason for being. Now that the sword had come into Haru's possession, he meant to use it for its intended purpose. He would defeat all of these monsters. It was that simple, really. It was the simplicity that bolstered Haru's confidence. Haru kept his eyes on the monster, which was still engaged with trying to gore Kishou. Perhaps it had realized, using its half-formed, half-hate-filled mind, that Kishou was the weak link in their party. Kishou could not, after all, slay these monsters. Not like Haru could. He was capable, however, of holding his own. The monster, despite its numerous attempts, had yet to pin him down, or to sink its teeth into his side. Kishou was doing remarkably well himself. He was keeping the monster distracted at least, which gave Haru a chance to strike. Haru searched for an opening, then he struck. The air about the sword seemed to ripple, as if from the sheer force banked into Haru's swing. The blade caught the creature beneath its chin, slicing through its flesh as though it were cutting smoke. The monster reared back. It howled, its crimson eyes flashing. But it was too late. Haru had already dealt it a fatal blow. Haru exhaled, wearied after his exertions, and stepped back. The monster, like its brethren, left no corpse. Sliced in twain by Haru's sword, it crumbled away. There were no longer any monsters roaming the hallway, but still, Haru gripped the hilt of his sword. He looked about. Then very coolly he addressed Kishou. You can't see any more of these creatures, can you? Kishou glanced about. He strained his ears, his eyes narrowed, his every single sense honed. Both men stood there back to back, their weapons raised, both of them breathing heavily. They could no longer hear the distorted, disturbing moans of the monsters, nor any screams from future victims. The inn was quiet, almost eerily so. It appeared as though the fighting was at long last over. I reckon the coast is clear, Look! Kishou pointed towards the window, through which Haru could see the sky. It was dark blue as it ought to have been, and the moon was ghostly white, partially obscured by clouds. Did that mean the fighting was well and truly over? Maybe the blood-red moon was some sort of sign. It wasn't until Haru saw how reassuringly mundane the moon was that he let himself relax. With shaking hands, he hilted his sword. Haru was shuddering so much, however, it took 3 attempts to slide the blade true. It was a miracle that he didn't cut himself on the process. Perhaps he Perhaps he could consider himself fortunate. He was more fortunate than the guests at the inn, at least who had met the untimely fates of the claws and the teeth of these monsters. Haru inhaled, and when he did, his nostrils filled with the soupy stench of blood. It was overwhelming enough to make his stomach churn. Once more, Haru worried he would be sick, but he suppressed the urge. He didn't want Kishou teasing him, or worse still, worrying about him. Haru closed his eyes and counted to 10. Then, he looked back at Kishou. Shall we be on our way? Are you ready to head off? I don't think we have much of a choice. While I would prefer, of course, to get a bit more sleep, I don't think that would be possible given the circumstances. Circumstances, yeah. Right. These sure are some pretty rotten circumstances, huh? They aren't the best, no. I cannot imagine retreating to our room, even if it was spared all of this chaos. It would seem callous. Yeah, I suppose. I'd like to get a bit more shut-eye myself, but I can't say I'm too crazy about the thought of nodding off, surrounded by a pile of corpses. Can't imagine the smell will do much for my skin. Or my nerves, for that matter. Are you alright? You worried about me? Kishou let his hand fall from his mouth. Then he smiled and ruffled the top of Haru's head. It's alright. I'm alright. I might have suffered a few bumps and bruises, but it ain't anything serious. Compared to some of these poor bastards, I got off lightly. We ought to be worrying about them. Good point. We really ought to leave here as soon as possible in case these monsters come back. But first, maybe we should take a look for any survivors. Do you reckon anybody did survive? I don't know. It doesn't hurt to check though, you might be able to help them. Weakly, Kishou laughed. I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there, young master. I don't know if my medical skills are that good. I ain't no professional, you know. I only know a few bits and pieces I picked up when I was trying to look after my sisters. Not that it did him much good. Couldn't save either of them. What makes you think I can save anybody here? You saved Sakurako. You aren't completely useless, no matter how you act. Not completely, eh? I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I'm gonna go get myself a nice slog. My sugars feel a bit low. Be right back, babes. Forgot to put the streaming sign on the door. Oopsie. We have headphones. Haven't put the headphones back on. We have delicious red ice block. What are you guys up to? You just listening? Do anything else while you listen? I know Jackie is working. And she. And all sorts of peoples. The peoples. Statistically, there are people in here who are working. You just listen? Oh, good. Happy sacred. Oh, good. You're just sketching, but you're low-key falling asleep? Oh, that's okay. Why are you sketching? You're just doodling with little things? I need to get back into learning art. I need to learn like anatomy, I think. That's what I should work on. My structure. The basic structure, and then I can work on detail stuff. I want to draw pictures of myself and my friends. I want to be able to do that. I have like this idea of a sketch page where I draw myself in like my workout clothes. I think that would be fun. Just a little portrait in your sketchbook. Just a little portrait. I need to get a sketchbook. I only have lined books. Little lined notebooks. I need to find one without lines. It's a bit annoying not having one without lines. Oh, now I'm gonna have to go to the toilet after I have my ice block because my bladder is minuscule. This is a messy stream for sure. Yum yum. This is a good self-care break if you need it, chat. Go get a drink of water, use the toilet, grab something to eat if you need to, if you haven't had anything to munch on for a couple of hours. Might be a good idea. I stay a couple hours because I don't have like a very normal eating schedule. I try and have lunch, I do, but it's the snacking schedule, that's the weird one. Ice block yummy. I don't know how much the crunching is coming through, but lip smacks definitely must be coming through. Lip smack. It's all lip smack. Thinking caps. Just like that. Do you know where that grew? Flamingo something? They're like based in the UK. I used to see them everywhere. keep getting Ash Nico. That's not what I'm looking for. It's all lip smack. Thinking cat. Just like that. Kira Benito! It's lip slap. Whoops. Kira Benito. Do you guys remember them? They're a very like fun group. I enjoyed them. It's all lip slap. Why did I think it was lip smack? It sounds more fun, doesn't it? What's the lyrics? It's all lip slap. Thinking caps. Just lip slap. That is that. Very fun song. I also really like this song, Trampoline. Only Acting is another really good one. Everyone knows Flamingo. That's the one that like was a breakup. How many shrimps do you have to eat before you make your skin turn pink? Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimps are pretty rich. Black, white, green or blue. Show off your natural hue. Flamingo. Oh. If you're multicolored, that's cool too. You don't need to change. It's boring being the same. Flamingo. Oh, you're pretty either way. How many shrimps do you have to eat before you make your skin turn pink? Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimps are pretty rich. Hydrate and stretchies. Thanks, Shale. I was just having a trip down memory lane. I think that's the song that made them break out. I don't know if anyone else knows that. I haven't finished my ice block. I was just holding my thing in my hand. I'll take the hydrate anyway, and then I'm gonna have to go to the toilet even more now after my ice block. The thing about English music covers, like artists and stuff, is it's actually really difficult if they're not Vocaloid. Because here's the thing, a lot of English music's like groups and stuff. A lot of like mainstream music that isn't Vocaloid. Like Vocaloid is safe because there's like this whole idea that you're allowed to cover whatever and they're not going to get crazy. But a lot of like songs, it's really hard to cover them and like release covers because the companies get so aggressive. You have to buy like the rights to do a cover sometimes. A lot of the time I hear now. And there's a lot of English songs I want to cover. I need to learn how to sing in languages that aren't English though, because there's a lot of Japanese songs. There's a song that has one Chinese line in it, so I need to learn how to pronounce Chinese well, because Chinese is a bit messy sometimes. Oh, the ice block is gone, and so I have to leave for a moment. I hope you will cope. I need to go to the toilet. Oh, okay. Back to a video game. Back to the reading time. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. It feels like high praise, actually, coming from you. It's alright. I'll do my best. Can't promise my best will be good enough, but let me give it a go. Kishou walked down the hallway, Haru following behind him, his fingers resting against the hilt of his sword. The monsters might have gone, but Haru could not lower his guard. The monsters had attacked suddenly while he and Kishou had been sleeping. Who was to say that they would not return just as suddenly to finish what they had started? It never hurts to be prepared, even if the repeated pounding of his heart in the base of his throat made Haru feel nauseous. That, and the blood. God, there was so much blood. Kishou pushed the sliding doors which lined the hallways ajar during his search, then stepped inside the rooms beyond them. He knelt with only the moonlight to guide him before innumerable slumped bodies, taking pulses and peeling back eyelids. In all instances, however, Kishou stepped back and sighed. It's no good, huh? Nah, these people, there ain't no saving them. Some of them missing limbs, some of them, they're missing their heads. There ain't no coming back from having your skull split open, at least not as far as I know. I don't think even the Buddha himself could help these poor souls. Right. Well, at least you tried. I tried, yeah. Not that it's done much good. We were too late. If only we'd woken up earlier. Kishou grit his teeth together. A paroxysm of pain crossed his face, one which made his handsome features look oddly distorted. But this pain eventually passed. These things always did. That was simply the way of the world. Well, there ain't no use crying over spilt milk. Let's see if we don't have more luck in the next room. I'm being messaged? Hello? Ah. I am not being messaged, it is a group chat. Never mind. The next room, however, was the same as the previous one, as was the one after that. It was evident from Kishou's face that he was beginning to lose all hope. At least, until he entered the final room on the right-hand side of the hallway. This room had been ransacked much like the others. There were vicious scratches on the walls caused by claws and teeth, and one of the futons had been ripped to pieces. There were bodies scattered on the floor, lying face down like dolls. Okay, I do that when I sleep sometimes, but come on. It's just because I like the face squish. I like my face being squished sometimes. When I sleep, it's not because I'm a doll, it's because I'm autistic. These bodies, though they were more like carcasses, were clad in the attire of the inn's staff. Plain blue kimonos with navy blue sashes. Oh my god, is the waitress alive? The lady who served us, is she alive? I hope she is. She was so nice. Haru supposed that this might have been the room where the waitresses had slept. It was large enough to accommodate several people, though now it accommodated little more than corpses. The women, which lay around the room, looked anatomically wrong. Their arms and legs were bent at backwards, awkward, impossible angles, and they were all bleeding. The tatami floor was dyed crimson from it, so much so it was almost saturated. Haru saw a woman curled up in one corner who was missing an arm. Beside her lay another woman whose stomach had been torn open, her innards glistening wetly in a pile beside her. The smell here in particular was foul. But, like, what if this is Yuri? Food for thought. Haru felt certain as he stood there that this was a lost cause. A D&D group chat keeps talking and I'm like, who's messaging me? It's just a D&D group chat. She's alive! Ah! Sorry. She's so nice. It would have hurt so much more if she died too. It's you two. Did you see the monsters? But then a voice called to him from the darkness, a timorous voice which was familiar despite being so wrecked with fear. Was that... Yukiko! It was Kishou who ascertained the identity of the sole survivor first, and Kishou who hurried to her side while Haru lingered in the doorframe. Kishou knelt before her, taking her hands in his own, and said, Yukiko, are you alright? Well, I don't know about that. But I'm still alive, at least. Those monsters, they tried to attack me, but Chiharu, she saved me. She pushed me to one side and then she... Yukiko glanced fitfully to the corner of the room with eyes which were far too wide, her pupils nothing more than pinpricks in a sea of white. Haru wasn't acquainted with any of the other maids in the inn, so couldn't discern Chiharu from the corpses which lay in the room. Was Chiharu the maid who was missing an arm? Or else the one whose innards had become her outards? Haru didn't know, and thought it might have been irrelevant. Why did it matter which maid exactly Chiharu had been? It was obvious enough based on the carnage of the blood-stained room, that she had perished. She pushed me away. She protected me. She sacrificed herself for me, and now... And now... Yukiko's voice rose in volume as she spoke. Her shoulders shook fitfully as she dipped her head, her hands pressed against her face. She might have survived the monster's rampages. But what manner of survival was it when she had witnessed her friends being slaughtered before her very eyes? As Yukiko sobbed, Haru could not help but feel some degree of guilt over all of this. Would the inn have been attacked had he not been there? He couldn't help but wonder. There, I know this must be difficult. But you ain't alone. I'm here at least. And so is Haru. We'll both do our best to look after you. You will? Well, yeah. Enough people have died on us already. We ain't about to let you meet the same fate, especially not when you're so pretty. Man's gotta throw in some flirting. It's how he lives. It's the only way he knows how to be. And it seemed like an awful waste. Oh, I know he's just trying to alleviate the situation though, it's cute. Guys, are you proud of me? I washed my water bottle yesterday. It's all nice and clean now. Clean water bottle. You... Yukiko laughed in response to Kishou's audacity. It was a feeble sort of a laugh, however, and it was short-lived, ushering in its wake a pained gasp and then a series of coughing. Easy now. I know I'm a funny guy, but I wouldn't want you dying of laughter. Not literally, at least. You've withstood some pretty awful shit. If you'll pardon my coarse language. I do try not to curse around ladies. No, it's alright. If there was ever a time to swear, I think now would be a good one. This night has been pretty... well... shitty. I'll bet. You've been through more than your fair share of bullshit, but you come out fighting. That's impressive. It'd be a real shame if you died now when all the monsters have been killed, on account of me awful jokes. I'd never be able to forgive myself then. Oh? Have all the monsters been killed? I'd hope so. If they haven't, me and the young monster over yonder haven't been doing our jobs properly. We were pretty thorough about it though, so try not to worry. I don't think they'll be coming back at least. So, you killed those monsters? Yukiko looked at Kishou, who was kneeling beside her, tending to her wounds. Then she glanced over his broad shoulder to Haru, who continued to stand in the entrance looking more than a little awkward. That's... incredible. I could tell there was something special about you both when I saw you. But defeating monsters like that? I'd... never be able to do that. I was... so... scared. I was certain I was going to die. Well, you won't. I ain't gonna let you. It's a promise. I'm more, you see, than just a handsome face. I'm pretty reliable, too. When I want to be, at least. Hi, Zach. Hi, Needles. How you doing, babies? The power couple has entered the room. Give Hina a treat. I will hold off on doing that because I found a throw up from her, so we're going to wait for her stomach to settle. Make sure it's all safe and settled, and then I will do that later. We don't want to instigate any more tummy times. Once again Yukako giggled, and once again her laughter was impeded by a gasp of pain. Had she broken one of her ribs? That would certainly explain how pale her face was, how clammy her palms. I'll entrust myself to your capable hands then, in that sense. Maybe I'm quite fortunate. Just woke up, internet's buffering on the Twitch. It's 38 Celsius, so we're huddled in the lounge watching our favourite streamers. Aww. Yeah, internet's been a bit problem lately over my ends too. Mama has... Honestly, we have a upgrade on our list of house tasks we need to do anyway. There's other more important things to do right now though. Hi guys, how you doing other than, you know, the terrible temperatures and all that? I'm glad I can help you through that. I'm glad I can help you with the horrors of the climate. Just a bit. I hope you're having a good day. We just woke up at the inn after having a bit of a sleep. We woke up in the early hours of the morning, I think it was, because it was still dark. Finished rigging your commission last night, working on the physics. Ooh, nice, good work. Good luck with that. Speed running according to Shell. You are speed running it a bit. You are. I won't lie, you are a bit. Work like that isn't done that quickly usually. Usually takes like a couple months. A month at the very least. How'd you figure? Well, this might be a shameless thing to do. To admit to. But tonight has been so strange. Maybe a bit shameless doesn't matter. You gonna show a video at some point? Ooh, exciting. I don't have a chance to tell you this, but so I wanted you to lay your hands on me. The moment I met you. This boy, he can't help getting all the women. It's because he'd be flirting and he's pretty and he's got cleavage. It's just a shame that it had to happen like this. Yukako exhaled, her breathing more laboured now as the shock of what had occurred began to recede. I just can't catch a break. Why do I have to have my first experience with a handsome guy when I'm bleeding? It's just not fair. Yeah, I know. Life ain't. It's always the people who least deserve it who get fucked over. The world's cruel and unforgiving. But that's exactly why me and the young master are fighting. We're doing it so we can take care of people like you. Good, kind people. With excellent taste in men, I might add. He's a fucking menace. Someone arrest this man. Just leave everything to us. We'll hunt down every last monster and we'll slaughter him. We'll make him pay for what they did to you. And for what they did to Haru too. They ain't gonna get away with this. Oh my god, did you know, Needles and Zach, did you know that if you subscribe to my YouTube and get us to 100 subscriptions on YouTube, I will open a raffle on Blue Sky for a poetry? Did you know? Just a hint, hint, nudge, nudge, if you haven't already subscribed to my YouTube channel already. Yeah. You already subbed, Zach? Good job. Good work. I love to hear it. Kishou tended to Yukako's wounds as best he could with the limited resources available to him. He splintered her injured leg and bandaged her stomach with strips of fabric ripped from the sleeves of her bloodied kimono. Yukako had drifted in and out of consciousness while Kishou worked and had eventually blacked out halfway through this makeshift medical procedure. Kishou had worried about Yukako, but a cursory press of fingers to her wrist revealed that she still had a pulse. She hadn't passed away. That was a comfort, if nothing else. Ah, thanks, Needles. We got another one. What's the current count at? What's the current count at? It is 84. We gotta hit 100. No time limit, but that's the goal. At least one person had survived the vicious attack, and further examination revealed more promising results. Though many of the inn's guests and most of its staff had died, Kishou and Haru found more survivors between them as they searched. Yes, that's 5 today. Very cool. Big win, big win. There was a young boy in one room whose mother had shielded him from the wrath of a raging monster. One bonus of being subscribed to the YouTube channel is it will be where I post stuff that I can't put on Twitch. Naughty games that I've edited and censored, and will be posting my playthroughs on YouTube only because I can't stream them. So that is a bonus. There is content that will only show up on the YouTube channel, so you know, you don't want to miss out. The boy himself had been uninjured for the most part, though his mother had been beyond saving. There had been another maid too who had awoken in the night to relieve herself shortly before the monsters had attacked, and who had hidden in a cupboard so the monsters could not find her. There were a handful of other guests too who had survived, though their welfare varied. Some of them had sustained rather severe wounds, while others suffered little more than disorientation. Yes, Needles. For example, there is a playthrough of a game called Katawa Shoujo that I'm planning to either finish the whole game or finish one route this year. And that is a naughty game that I can't put on Twitch. But with my ideas of how it's going to be edited, I can put it on YouTube. And it will be very fun. I've got these little pictures of Hine that I've made. That I've had made. They've been in my files for a long time. They're beautiful art pieces of Hine that I'm going to put over the horny images. Yeah. And I'm going to... Yes, there's secret for images in the Priscilla files. Well, they're not secret. Some people know about them, but not everyone. And I'm not showing them off too much because it'll be more fun that way. Pretty art of Hine that I got made, that I'll use to censor the horny images that I can't show. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna bleep horny words. I think I might. I will either bleep or I will word substitute when I'm reading the scripts. I think word substituting, because bleeping can be so aggressive and like disorienting, but word substituting is a bit more subtle, and I think that will be more appealing to the viewer / listener. And then I have to make a Patreon to put the unedited videos on. And I don't know how popular that will be, but it'll be good for archival reasons at the very least. The most fortunate discovery, however, came when Kishou discovered that one of the guests who had survived was a retired physician. Oh, let's go! An actual doctor? Not just, I mean, Kishou knows a lot of medical stuff, but he's not, like, trained. He's just picked things up. This is a real trained doctor. The man had much greater medical knowledge than Kishou, and he wasted no time in aiding those who had been wounded. What about the meat bird as the bleep? I don't know what you're talking about, Needles. You might have to send me that. In the end, 8 people had survived the onslaught, not including Haru and Kishou. It wasn't a particularly large figure, Not when Haru had counted 14 corpses, the inn's proprietress among them. But it was better than nothing. It was better, certainly, than what Haru had initially feared. I would like to know if you have a noise that you think might work as a good beep noise. Do send it to me, Noodles, if you think that would work. I will look into it, and maybe that's what we'll use. Who knows? Haru and Kishous stayed for as long as they both dared to offer as much help as they could. Once the sun began to rise, however, Haru rose along with it. I know there's more we could do, but time is of the essence. We still need to get to Kazumara. Haru said no more than this, but Kishou couldn't have failed to grasp the full meaning behind his words. If we don't get there and quickly, this will keep on happening. Even more people will die. Kishou glanced back uneasily at the young girl he'd been tending to. She was only 6 years old and been crying all the while for her mother, but didn't argue. I would love to also play a few games like Gore Screaming Show. I would like to post my there's a lot of like, I would also like to do Lip Suppressant, the Omega Versiera game that I almost accidentally played on Twitch. That would be a fun way to do that game. Yes, there's one time I almost accidentally played a porn game on Twitch. Don't look at me. Though he wanted to help, he couldn't continue to tarry. You're right. Still waiting to find a game to play with both you and Shell. Been doing a lot of collabs lately. Honestly, fair. That's the real struggle of being like your own manager and scheduling your own stuff. Is like you have to like think about all these different things you could be doing and make constant notes about things you could do with people, and then like actually get back to them on things. Kishou nodded, then got to his feet. He looked at the physician, who had been treating the wounded alongside Kishou, and asked him whether he could manage on his own. A query which made the man snort. "Oh, don't you worry about me. I'll do even better, I think, without you hanging around, getting under my feet. I appreciate all the help, of course, but I can tell you have somewhere to be. A physician's only as good as his concentration, and yours has been wavering. You're too distracted to do much good, so you might as well leave this to me." You don't schedule people to show up and say we're playing games now. I'm like, okay, let me ask Niels. It would be a lot easier if we did schedule things, Zach. I'm not gonna lie. It would be easier to do stuff with you if we did schedule. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. It would be a lot easier. You might wanna think on that. I've seen worse. Haru doubted this, but he did not call the old physician's bluff. He could tell that the old man was trying to reassure them. Both Haru and Kishou thanked the man for his help, then departed. See, Needles agrees with me. She's wise. She knows the things. Neither of them spoke as they walked. There didn't seem to be anything worth saying. They exited the inn, then headed to the stables where the horses were kept. The cart driver, whom Haru's father had appointed to drive them to Kazumara, had been among those who had perished during the attack. Haru had seen his body with his own eyes, had seen how it lay, arms and legs akimbo on the floor, his mouth wrenched open in a wide, almost unnatural scream. The man's stomach had been split open from his chest to his crotch, and his insides had been scattered across the tatami mats like a particularly violent work of art. You gonna try and schedule better? Good. That is the best way to get me to do things with you, is if it's a scheduled thing, Zaki. Then I can plan my life around it and like balance my health better. Imagine if Haru and Kishou had gathered his spilled organs and inserted them inside the gaping cavity. Even if Haru and Kishou had gathered his spilled organs, then inserted them inside the gaping cavity of his torso, he would not have awoken. All traces of life had abandoned him. Kishou hadn't bothered to feel for a pulse. What was the point when his body was in such a state? But Haru imagined his body would have been cold. He had been lying there lifeless for so long, his body had probably turned cold too. His blood had probably turned cold too. Haru hadn't known the cart driver and did not mourn his passing. He felt no particular sorrow over the man's death. He had been a perfect stranger. His heart was heavy with the knowledge, however, That the man probably had a family, a wife and children, or failing that, parents, grandparents, and close friends. How would they react once they heard of his death? How would any of the friends and relations of those inside the inn react, for that matter, to the news of their loved ones' demises? Haru didn't want to dwell upon it. But dwell upon it he did. Haru's hands trembled as he handled the great reins of the horse. From here on out, it would be just him and Kishou. They could not risk getting anybody else involved in their quest. Not when there was a chance that they too might meet a similar fate to the guests at the inn. The thought was ghastly. Haru turned those thoughts over in his head, wishing all the while that he did not have to, when Kishou spoke. So, looks like it'll just be me and you from here on, huh? Haru pressed his lips together. He thought that Kishou's voice sounded too jovial based on all which had occurred, and disrespectfully so. Part of him wanted to scold Kishou for his lack of tact, yet he restrained himself. He could see in the roseate light, which played across Kishou's handsome face, that his lower lip was quivering. He wasn't smiling, despite his irreverent tone of voice. It looked instead like he was trying not to sob. It's just his cope. Yeah, flippancy must have been Kishou's way of coping. Who was Haru to begrudge him for that? Seems like that's been way of coping with life in a long time. He's just like, this is the way of the world, for every fuck up that happens to him. He's just like, whatever. So the only way he knows how to cope with the world. They still needed to go to Kazimura. Any hesitation would only make things more difficult for them. Yes. I suppose it is just you and I now. Heh. Now ain't that unfortunate? It is? For you, yeah. Now you're gonna be stuck with me and only me. How does that make you feel? I can hardly contain my excitement. Haru's reply came as apathetic and monotone, one which made Kishou snort. I thought you might say that. You're so predictable. Isn't it better to be predictable? I think we could both use a bit of familiarity after. Haru thought back to the inn, of the blood and the bodies, and his stomach churned. After everything. Huh. Kishou fell silent. His smile, which he had assumed stubbornly, wavered. Then it failed. You're right, of course. A whole lot of everything has happened. Poor Yukako. Poor everyone. That wasn't the most relaxing night I've ever had. Well, I can agree with you there. It might have been the worst, actually. You too, huh? Kishou smiled once again and nudged Haru in the side. Now that's funny. I figured it'd take a lot to flat me, seeing I spent so much time on the streets. But that was really something. At least we have something in common now, though. Maybe we can look back on it as a bonding experience. Do you want to bond over witnessing all of that? Not really. I suppose, though I guess partly relieved I had somebody with me when all that shit was going down. If I'd had to face that by myself, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't think about it. It's not like it'd do us much good anyhow. So, since we can't rely on the cart driver anymore, we'll need to find some ways to get to Kazimura on our own. We can ride on our horses just fine, but do you know the way, young master? Haru frowned. He might have been born in Kazimura, but it had been many years since he had last been there. It had been so many years, in fact, Haru could scarcely remember what the village looked like, much less where it was located. He had some vague, hazy recollections of playing in the forest which fringed the village, which had been full of interesting insects. But other than these memories, he was drawing a blank. He shouldn't have known where it was, but I ought to be able to guide us there, yes. Haru's reply when it came was quietly confident. Haru didn't quite know how he knew it. But he could see Kazimura in his mind's eye, could see, too, the lay of the land which surrounded it. He shouldn't have known this, but he still did. It almost felt as though there was a disembodied voice calling out to him from across the ether, a voice which meant to guide him to his destination, Oh shit, the curse is interesting with him. This mysterious guide meant to bring the pair of them to Kazimara, if it was the last thing it did. And there was nothing which could stop it. Haru and Kishou saddled their horses mutely, neither speaking. All the while, Haru was plagued by the metallic, sanguine scent of blood as he mounted his horse. It didn't leave him, no matter how far he travelled. Did you know sanguine? Hang on, let me check. I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. I was going to tell you a cool fact, but I wasn't sure. The humus. Yes, the humours. The 4 body fluids. There were 4 temperaments. There was sanguine, choleric, melancholic, and phlegmatic. Blood is sanguine. Yellow bile is choleric. Black bile is melancholic. And phlegmatic, is phlegmatic. Sanguine is associated with air, leading to optimism, sociability, and cheerfulness. Choleric is linked to fire, resulting in passion, irritability, ambition, and a fiery temper. Melancholic is connected to earth, producing seriousness, thoughtfulness, and sometimes sadness or melancholy. And phlegmatic tied to water, creating calmness, relaxation, a tendency towards laziness or apathy. And that was all about the humour's idea of maintaining the human body. It was all about balancing those different humours. Those different layers of a person. Those different sections of a person's being. I just saw the word sanguine and I was like, ooh, I remember that thing about the humours. That's a thing. It didn't leave him no matter how far he travelled. The smell clung to his clothes and it's clung to his hands. Honestly, we always been making up ways to like categorize humans. The zodiacs, the humours. Which Sanrio are you most like? Which is your favourite Sanrio character? Like, we categorize people all the time. It's just what we do. We love putting people in boxes. Some of the boxes are fun and silly. Some of the boxes are scary and dangerous. You gotta just know the difference. And just have fun with the silly boxes and not be getting all scary boxes time. It clung to the insides of his nostrils too. For instance, one of the box's ways of doing things is to do silly quizzes where it's like, which character of a franchise are you? I did 2 quizzes for which Uma Musume horse are you. I got completely different results for both of the quizzes and I'm fine with that. They're both very fun results. One is El Condor Pasa. She's very cool, I like her. And the other one is fucking Haru Ara Urara. The horse that fails and everyone loves. Fucking wow. Wow. Haru Urara. What a pull. It clung to the insides of his nostrils too, a phantom, ever-present odour he could not be rid of. Neither could he rid himself of the ghastly images of all he had witnessed, of the hallway in the inn splattered with viscera, full of wild-eyed monsters feasting on bloody bodies. Haru had been able to run all these monsters through, but not even this act had offered him any particular catharsis. Oh my god, I just realised something. The character is called Haru. What a hype Uma Musume reference that is. That's so cool. What a hype Uma Musume reference. That's hype as fuck. Hashtag epic. God, what am I saying? Haru and Kishou had emerged relatively unscathed, but many had not been so lucky. Some of these people had been old. Some of them had been young. Parents had perished that night, their children alongside them. Haru thought as he rode of the poor waitress whose innards had been torn out, and bile began to rise in the back of his throat. The regular undulating motions of his horse were making him feel nauseous again. Yeah, they can do that. Just puke off the side, it's fine. It was a heavy burden to bear, but Haru had no choice but to bear it. If he collapsed now, nobody would be able to defeat these monsters. He had to keep pressing. As the 2 men rode, more or less in silence, the sun began to rise. The sky had been reddish pink when they had set off, but soon turned blue. It was a warm day. The sun was high in the sky, and there were only a few stray clouds dotted here and there to shield Haru's scalp from the full brunt of its rays. Haru's horse picked its way through flat, endless fields without complaint. Every once in a while a fly landed upon its nose, and it snorted. Other than that, however, his horse was rather agreeable, as was Kishous. After several hours of riding, Haru and Kishou dismounted by a lake so their horses could drink. The pair relaxed by the lakeside for a brief while, both of them lying back on the grass which fringed it, before they rose anew. Once again they saddled their horses and continued their journey in relative silence. During the second leg of their journey, however, Haru found himself thinking not solely of the events at the inn, but of Kishou. He and Kishou had spent a relatively peaceful time in the inn, sipping sake in the spring beneath the stars. We're gonna see the titty again? There we go! Woo! Titty flashback! Woo woo woo! Everyone share and clap. Haru hadn't necessarily enjoyed— oops! Whoopsie daisy. Hit the spacebar too soon. Haru hadn't necessarily enjoyed the experience, but it had been peaceful nonetheless. Spending time in the spring had afforded him a chance, however brief, to relax. The stress had fallen from his shoulders, and for a brief while he had felt something akin to security. Haru now knew, however, that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The tranquil night he had spent with Kishou beneath the starry sky was now beginning to seem like little more than a distant memory. It was already over. And in its place, Haru could feel determination stealing over him. He had promised his father that he would defeat the wicked monsters which meant to do their country harm, and he would. He would stop at nothing to defeat them. Every last one of them. Haru continued to travel for many more miles, while Kishou followed behind him. It wasn't until the sun had begun to sink, dyeing the sky orange-red, that Haru thought of finding a place to stay for the night. This was easier said than done, however. There might have been a voice in his mind guiding him to Kazimaura. But this voice wasn't so very convenient that it had a list of nearby shelters to hand. During their travels, Haru did chance upon a small village, visible in distance but beyond the shifting wheat fields. But charming though the village seemed, Haru thought it best to keep his distance. His presence in another village, even a small one, would only attract more monsters. It was with this thought in mind, therefore, that Haru decided to give the village a wide berth. He and Kishou travelled onwards for several miles more as the sun set, searching for a place to rest their weary heads. Kishou kept on the lookout, scouting for any suitable places where they might rest their weary heads, but drew a blank. It doesn't look like there's much out here other than hedgerows and fields, I'm afraid. If we want to go to sleep any time this season, which I'd like to, my behind's starting to feel numb, then we should call it quits for now. How do you feel about sleeping under the stars, young master? It isn't an ideal solution to our sleeping situation. Hi, Nexus! How you doing? Thank you for the head pats. How's it going, little bear? Sorry, big bear. You're a big bear, aren't you? Not a little bear. But I suppose it will have to do for now. Welcome to the Yaoi Fest. I shouldn't say that, it's not a festival, we're just having Yaoi times. It's just Yaoi times. This is our boy with the cleavage, Kishou. Love him, appreciate him. You doing good? Just enjoying the stream? Hell yeah, I'm glad you're having a good time here. Hope you're doing well. Here. Kishou grinned as he dismounted from his horse, his smile easygoing. I'm surprised you're taking this so well, young master. I figured you'd be freaking out about getting your hair all tangled or your clothes dirty. I doubt you've ever slept rough in your life. Indeed, I have not. Thank you for pointing out the obvious. Haru rolled his eyes as he dismounted from his own steed, a petulant gesture which made Kishou grin. I am not particularly enthused about the idea, as I believe I have already stated, but I think I can endure a few tangles in my hair and a few smuts of dirt on my attire. We have more important issues to worry about than our appearances, such as potentially being gored by monsters. Oh yeah, that would cause some complications, wouldn't it? Indeed it would. I hope that the monsters do not find us here. We are rather exposed. Oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about that, young master. I'm a light sleeper, so if anything does come sniffing around looking for trouble, I'll be right there to look after you. Aha. Haru frowned. He wasn't particularly convinced. For a light sleeper, Kishou did snore rather deeply. Pushing your, frankly, rather dubious claims to one side, I believe we ought to begin making preparations. Should we not construct a campfire if we are to stay here? I have heard that it is an essential. We should probably let the horses drink their fill in the river too. And, though I do not know about you, I am feeling rather hungry. Some food wouldn't go amiss. Heh, how very sensible. You might have been raised with a silver spoon in your mouth, but you ain't half bad when it comes to roughing it. I'd give you 7 out of 10 points, maybe? And how would I get the missing 3? By helping out, of course, rather than giving instructions. Well, I was going to. This is a 2-person operation. Damn straight. Boy, it is so funny when the word straight isn't in anything like queer. Because I'm like, every time I have to stop myself from making the joke, there ain't nothing straight about this place. Now, let's set to work. There's no time like the present. After a bit of discussion, both Haru and Kishou divvied up their duties for the night. Then their roles established, they set to work. Haru led the horses to a nearby riverbank to drink. Kishou, meanwhile, removed his sandals, rolled up his trousers, then stepped into the river's shallows to search for fish. He borrowed Haru's blade and used its tip to spear several silver-scaled fish which darted by. Kishou's aim was impressive, his each strike clean and precise. In no time at all, or so it seemed, he had caught 4 fairly sizable fish. This task completed, Kishou then set up a campfire by the river's banks with Haru's help. Both men gathered twigs and broken branches from the nearby trees, and Kishou lit the fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Kishou then skewered the fish pond branches and held them over the crackling flames of the fire to cook them. This method of cooking was rudimentary, but the smell procured from the cooking skin of these fish was enticing nonetheless. Haru hadn't eaten since the night prior when he had been at the inn. Food had been the last thing on his mind that day, particularly given the gruesome scene he had witnessed. He had feared after seeing all that bloodshed he might be put off food for days. His stomach didn't rebel against him, however, when Kishou proffered him a skewered fish. Oh, chat. I think that energy drink was a bad idea. I'm just gonna lay down for a minute. Just a minute. I will be fine. I just need to lie down for a minute. I will be right back. I love you. A buck, a buck. I have snackaroo. Good news. Mum literally just got back from shopping. So my food was many options. I'm very bad at writing things up on the list though, so my shelf is never like as full as it should be. Oh, you sent me something, Zach? Oh, thank you. I have something sugary. I have Maltesers. I have packet of Maltesers. Mum was saying, I wanted to get like the type that's like, oh. I was gonna do something now at the back of the computer. Hang on. Yeah. I think you're sending me that, Zach. I've got Maltesers. Mum was complaining to me. You might have heard her. Because I had my door open. She was complaining about how she's going to get like one of those packets that says a bunch of little Malteser packets in them. But she could only find that they were like some more expensive than like the big packet, so she just got the big one. But yes, I have now moderated ambrosia. So if you have to end stream and go get some air and look after yourself, please do. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. This is just part of summer living. For real. This is just part of summer living, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I sleep less because I've got the summer anxieties. It makes my brain work more. And because I'm not in like the routine of taking melatonin every night, because I don't need to take it in winter and stuff, I forget to take melatonin a lot, so I'll be up till like 1 AM. So I'm sleep deprived, which is great. And then a lot of food feels really heavy to eat in summer, so I don't eat a lot of the substantial foods that I usually eat. And then I've got the sun, which is, as most people know, because of how New Zealand is situated on the globe, the UV rays we get are a lot stronger because the sun comes, when it comes around to hit us, it's just geographically closer to the actual little island than it is other countries. And I'm not good with sun anyway, so I get worn out just by from residual sun, even if I'm inside all day, because every room has a window. So it's a cumulative things. Frankly, Needles, if I did what was good for me health-wise all the time in summer, I wouldn't get to do anything. I wouldn't get to live. I wouldn't be able to do anything. I wouldn't have done the New Year's stream. I wouldn't exercise. It's just like, you just gotta make a choice sometimes. You have a moment of weakness on display, and then you get over it and you get back to life, or you just lie down in your room all day. And I'll always choose the option that's less depressing for the mentals. What do you mean, huh? Ambrosia, you're a mod now. Congratulations. You've got the skill. You've got the vibes. You're welcome. I'll finish my Maltesers that I'm currently eating, and then I'll get back to reading. Yes, I can tell you be responsible with it, unlike Zach. Zach does not give responsible core. I have the gif of like, don't harm me! So you have like, I have a anime gif of like a girl getting hit with a fly spray because of you. Because I have to spray you all the fucking time. All the time, sir. To be fair, you have asked moderator power, which is a signifier for not giving power. Yes, it's like government. If you want to be a politician, you're probably not going to be a very good person as a politician. Like, you're probably going to do it for like the glory, not for actually helping people. It's the same thing. His stomach didn't rebel against him, however, when Kishou preferred him a skewered fish. But for real, guys, I may have lie-downs midstream. That's fine. I know myself, I know my health, and sometimes I will have like a lie-down for a couple of minutes. And I'll be all fine now, and I just need to have a little snacky. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. I appreciate you worrying though. But I be knowing what I'm doing, don't you worry. Zeki, the reason I ignore you sometimes is because I know you're rage baiting. And if there's one thing I've learned about being online for decades now, is you don't feed the bases, or they may turn into master bases. And we don't want to get too skilled with it, you know? Instead, he found himself salivating. Here you go. Here you go. Your dinner is served, young master. It might not be as fancy as your maid's cooking, but I hope you like it. If nothing else, it ought to be edible. Being edible is a good start, I suppose. Haru took the stick from Kishou, his skin prickling as his fingers brushed the older man's. Ooh! The accidental touch. Ooh! Kishou hadn't bothered to behead the fish before roasting it. And the fish's dark, beady eyes stared up at Haru. There was something eerie about it. Kishou had been right when he spoke of Haru's eating habits. He had never experienced cooking quite this simple before. When Sachio served fish, which she did regularly, she always made sure to remove the heads first, and the scales for that matter, and the fins. Haru had some reservations about eating this fish, but it smelled too good for him to turn his nose up at it. Hesitantly, Haru brought the fish to his lips. The one thing, chat, you gotta remove is the guts. Gotta remove the guts. You don't want to be eating fish poop. That's the thing. You don't want to eat fish poop. That's the important bit. That's the real danger bit of eat. Is you don't want to eat the guts. That's what the poopy is, and that's the grossest part. Yes, finger touch is very indecent. Very indecent. I should have seen. It's crazy that Amaz put that on Twitch. The offal. Yes, that's the fancy word for it. They got a fancy word for everything, don't they? Hesitantly, Haru brought the fish to his lips. He blew on it. Then he took a bite out of it. The bite he took was small, delicate enough to be called dainty, and Kishou grinned. So, what do you think? Is it up to snuff, young master? I hope your discerning palate can choke it down. Haru let the flavour of the charred fish spread across his tongue for a few moments, savouring it. He looked at Kishou, the thief's red hair seeming to burn in the firelight, and said, "It's good. You're better at cooking than I thought you'd be." Ha! If you think this is good, you ain't seen nothing yet. I can cook way better dishes. Provided, of course, I have the ingredients to hand. His wife material? Okay. He knows how to mend wounds. He knows how to cook. Maybe his wifey material? Okay. He has titties, and that's a pretty big, factor of being a wife as well. I don't have much to work with here, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's hard to go wrong with fish. Did you cook often for your sisters? And my mother, yeah. She was always busy working, so she didn't always have the time. I think I've gotten pretty good at making the most of whatever scraps I have to hand. Even if I can't make anything too fancy. I see. Haru took another bite of his fish. It had no shortage of flavour, even if it was full of little bones. And swallowed. You've outdone yourself. I didn't realise you had so many talents. Ah, oh, jeez. You don't have to be so complimentary, young master. You're gonna make me blush. Can you blush? I thought you were immune to embarrassment. I'm immune to shame, sure. You gotta be living on the streets for as long as I've been. Else you won't last. I'm still weak to being complimented though. Especially from a cutie like you. I am not cute. I beg to differ. I thought you didn't beg. You were more inclined to steal. Oh, now that was a pretty low blow. He's pouting again. Literally be part of a conversation like this? Oh my fucking god. The gays are built of the same material no matter the gender, I swear. Why are you being so huffy, huh? Only a few seconds ago you were telling me how amazing I am. You're cute? Nuh-uh, yeah, huh? People are really, like, scared of being called cute or pretty. Something we'll work on with needles. It's good for the soul to have some ego about your looks. You may not be like a supermodel. No one expects you to be a supermodel unless you're fucking insane. But, yaha needles, you are cute. Someone, mods, put a cute sticker on here. That's not a mod thing you can do, but you know what I mean. There's someone you know who's literally the cutest person you ever know and they refuse to believe it. For real! Just like... Added mod comment, cute! Girl, thank you. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh my god. I don't know a lot about moderating on Twitch still, to be fair. Thanks, babe. Thank you, Ambrosia. I really appreciate that. Now she has the sticker of cute. Oh. But for real, it's important to have some ego about your looks. It can start out really small, like just being like, I like how my hair flows. Like, I like how my hair be swishing. Or I like the color of my eyes is a nice color, or something like that. Or something like, my nails are like strong, and that's nice because they don't break all the time. My nail, like small things like that. You don't have to be like straight out the gate ego going crazy like I'm gorgeous and perfect. You can start out small, like my skin is really good at not getting zits, and that's a first. That's like a good first step sort of thing. Acknowledging something that your body is like good at maintaining. My ass is fat positive. Exactly, Ambrosia. You get it. My ass could be fatter, to be honest. I don't do enough squats. But she isn't flat, and that's something I'm proud of. Yeah, you gotta have self-love, even if you're gaslighting yourself, Zach. It keeps a bitch alive. For real. Can you make a redeem for that? I know another streamer has one. For self-love? I don't need that. But it's a cool redeem idea. For squats? Oh, I don't know. I literally had to lie down on the floor, babe. Like, not long ago. That might be a bad idea. I have every now and then thought about what if I do exercises, like an exercise redeem for streams, but then I'm like, streaming already takes a lot out of me. It might not be a good idea. I would like to do squats more. My ass has the potential. I know it does. Do people spam it? Girl, you know I'd be setting up the any exercise redeem for like only able to redeem every half hour. Cause like I'm not that stupid. Yes, I have the ass power. I do. My Priscilla character actually is hiding like a juicy ass and thick thighs under that skirt. That's like secret lore. Has it redeem only one person once per hour and only twice per stream? Ooh, that's clever, that's clever. Awesome secret lore. Yes, that's what the big skirt helps with. It's like, you don't know? It's like, yeah. Yeah, half an hour might be a bit generous, yeah. Well, I wouldn't want you to get complacent. You might be a decent chef, but that doesn't necessarily make you a better, decent person. Are you trying to say that I'm an indecent person, then? You are very indecent. Look at your cleavage. Sir! Sir! I don't need to say it. The way you dress makes that more than apparent. See? He said it. Haru's like, me and Priscilla were same brain cell on this one. And what's wrong with the way I dress, huh? You should know. You'll catch a cold dressing like that, or not dressing like that, if you're not careful. Especially if we'll be sleeping outdoors. Aw, you worried about me, young master? Not particularly. I just don't think your attire is very practical. Haru dipped his head to take another bite of his skewered fish. When he did, however, a breeze blew. A breeze blew? A breezy blew away the blue? The breeze disturbed Haru's long hair, which tumbled about his shoulders, blowing a few stray strands into his mouth. Ugh! Haru pulled a face and spat the strands back out. Not that I'm one to talk about practicality, I suppose. All this hair is such pain. I think it looks nice myself. But if it's bothering you all that much, I could always cut it for you. Are you offering? That depends. Do you actually want me to give it a go? I reckon I could do a passably decent job at it despite the way I look. I used to look after my sisters here all the time, though the hair wasn't as long or as fine as yours. I ain't used to handling the hair of a genuine blue-blooded lady. You need to stop calling me that. But you know what they say. There's a first time for everything. Would you like to be my first? Sir! He can't stop himself. God! Well, Haru didn't fail to catch the insinuation in Kishous' tone. It was hard not to when Kishous spoke so suggestively. Someone needs to shut this bitch up. That man is still thinking about the time when Haru was on top of him with a knife to his throat, for real. He stays up late thinking about that. Or he dreams about it. Abashed, though only momentarily, Haru looked away. I'm not sure about being your first, but having my hair cut might not be such a bad idea. Oh. Are you willing to trust me with your precious tresses then, your highness? It'll be easier for you to manage it than me, and you are rather handy with that knife of yours. I trust you to do a satisfactory job. Or at the very least, I trust you not to slice my ears off. What a great compliment. You must have so much faith in me. Alrighty then. I'll give it a go, though I'm getting kind of nervous. I've heard that the hair of any young lady's pride and joy. It's a treasure, ain't it? I'm feeling mighty humbled that you're letting little old me handle something so important. Perhaps actual woman might agree with you there. But I am not a woman. I have never been overly fond of all of this. Haru ran his fingers through his tresses dispassionately, which cascaded over his slender shoulders. I only look like this because my mother wished me to. I never had much of a say in the matter. Or in any matters, for that fact. It's always been a burden. I'll bet. I get that your mother raised you that way because she was worried about you getting caught up in all this cursed stuff. But there's a limit to how much men in their 20s want to be coddled to their pet by their parents. If you want to make a break for it, cutting all that hair might really be for the best. If nothing else, it'll be symbolic. Haru felt silent as he pondered. He did want to cut his hair. He had wanted to cut it, in fact, for a long time, but his resolve had been wavering. He didn't want to upset his mother, but it was as Kishous said. He was much too old to continually cleave to her wishes. Well, I can't see any reason not to go through with this, so go ahead. I'm ready. Now that's some enthusiastic consent if ever I heard it. That's what I like to hear. Just hang tight, young master. I'll get your pesky hair sorted out in a jiffy. Kishous shuffled over to Haru and gathered his hair in his hands. Then he brought the blade of his knife to his captive tresses. The knife's sharp edge glistened wickedly in the moonlight. Haru could feel Kishous' fingers threading through his hair. Feel the knife impress itself against his nape. When Kishou exhaled, he felt the other man's breath disturb his hair. There was something rather intimate about their pose, but Haru tried to ignore this. Why are you taking so long? If you don't make a start, I'll die of old age before you've made a single cut. How feisty! I was just giving you a moment to say goodbye to all that lovely hair of yours before I start slicing. But if you ain't overly attached, then I might as well set right to it. Now hang tight and no squirming. I wouldn't want to nick ya. This'll all be over soon. There was a pause. Then Kishous sliced. He brought the knife's blade through Haru's hair quickly. So quickly, in fact, Haru scarcely had time to register what had happened. One moment his hair had been long as always, coiling around his shoulders in inky black strands. Now it was scattered haphazardly among the grass. And that should do it! Kishous drew away from Haru and slid his knife back into his belt. So what do you think? There ain't a mirror around here, so I can't show you how it looks. But you should be able to get a feel for it. I don't want to show off, but I think I did a pretty good job. Haru frowned. His head felt lighter, it was true, and it was rather refreshing, but still. Haru hadn't liked his hair, but he had been used to it. This change seemed an awfully sudden one. Even if he had consented to it, it would take a while for him to grow accustomed to it. Time tended to solve most problems, but... Hey! Kishous gave Haru a gentle nudge in the side. Don't look so down. It might never happen, you know. Why don't you try and cheer up? You don't need to tell me that, I'm not upset. So you say. But you ain't being your usual charming self right now. Define my usual charming self. You've not insulted me for a full minute. That's gotta be some sort of record. I like his new hair. It's nice. Do you want me to insult you? Not particularly. I ain't a masochist, you know. Could have fooled me. Sometimes I wonder, based on the things you say to me, it certainly seems like you have a fetish for being insulted. Nah, not really. It's just fun to wind you up. You act so prim and proper, it's nice seeing the real you flaring up beneath all that better-than-thou BS. I know your mother raised you to be a little lady, but you really ain't all that elegant. I think your new do suits you though, even if it makes you look a little less feminine. You do? Yep. I like long-haired beauties myself, but this frames your face better. And it's much more practical. Doesn't your scalp feel lighter too? It does feel like a weight has been lifted from me, I suppose. I thought it might. The short hair does look more dignified too. Hee hee. Men who say hee hee are so funny to me. He broke Broby going hee hee. Haru shot Kishous a questioning look. And what does a thief like you know about dignity? Not very much. But I've been with you for long enough to get a rough idea of how it looks like. Kishou grinned, then gave Haru's head one last parting ruffle before drawing back. I know you want to please your mother, but you've got to remember, your life belongs to you, not her. You shouldn't let her opinions influence you too much, especially when she ain't even here. Try and focus on yourself more. And if you can't do that, I guess you could try and focus on me. How does that sound? It sounds terrible. Terrible? What's so terrible at my advice, you little squirt? I just wonder why you think I ought to care about your opinion of all people's. I couldn't care less what you think about my new look. I'm the one who has to deal with it, not you. Haru's voice trailed off. Then he smiled. But I suppose talking to you has made me feel a bit better. Thank you, I guess. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you're being so appreciative, though you don't have to thank me. Hi, Heart. How you doing? Yes, new barber's looking fantastic on our boy Haru. Looks much more like himself. I'm just doing my job. Ah, yes. Your job. I should have known it'd come back to money with you. It always does. Haru sighed. Then he turned his back on Kishou. He lay down on the grass by the embers of their dimly flickering campfire, his eyelids falling shut. Kishou meanwhile smiled as he watched his companion and said, Good night, young master. Sweet dreams. I'm going to try and get some rest myself, so as I can wake up early tomorrow. I'm a little anxious to tell you the truth. I ain't never been so far away from Kyoto before, and it's a little unsettling. But I'm sure I'll be alright, so long as I have you. Haru's cheeks began to prickle. Kishou might have spoken in a light offhand manner, but it still pierced Haru's heart. Oh, they're so cute! Hi, Shatterheart! How you doing? I hope you're well. His stomach, meanwhile, felt as though it was fluttering. Oh ho? Ooh? Could this have been caused by those pesky butterflies Sakurako had once told him about? The ones which had assailed her when she first met Hideyoshi? Haru had never imagined he would ever have cause to feel such a strange sensation. But then again, he had never imagined he would meet a man like Kishou. Kishou was impossible, really. But though he tried Haru's patience, Haru didn't dislike him. Haru heard Kishou shifting among the tall grass. Kishou yawned. Then only a few minutes after he lay down his head, oh my fucking god, he began to snore. He always snores. Chronic snorer, for real. It's the only way he knows how to be. Haru, however, was not as fortunate. It took him another half hour before he was able to doze off. This time, however, Haru didn't find Kishou's snores grating. Really? Can't stand the things. The low rhythmic regularity of the sound was instead oddly soothing. You been good? Have you been well as well? Oh, you know, I've been keeping on. Body's a mess as always, but what are you gonna do? Haru let Kishou's snoring lull him into sleep. As his consciousness faded, his body felt reassuringly weightless. You gonna need a dream? No, I wanted another dream. I wanted another lore dream. Cruel to me, evil perhaps. Haru's sleep was not for once punctuated by nightmares. He didn't find himself trapped in any dark enclosed spaces, nor running frantically through any forests. There was no sense that he was being chased, no stabbing pain in his side, no leaves and twigs scraping against his bare feet. There was no eerie laughter either, nor any strange, shapeless figures trying to torment him. Haru's dreams were clear instead, like the surface of an untroubled lake, and then when he awoke, he found that the sky outside was a soft pinkish red. The sun was beginning to rise on a brand new day, and the birds in the trees had already begun to sing. The night, unlike the last, had been quite devoid of any nightmarish monsters. It had passed peacefully, without any incident. Haru could almost bring himself to believe, as he basked in the rosy glow of the dawning light, that things weren't as bad as they seemed. Events at the inn would always stay with him, seared onto his memory. But hope still remained. With some luck, he would be able to break the curse which tainted his family's bloodline. Then they would finally be free. Haru sighed as he lay on the riverbank for a few moments, content to enjoy the warm breeze as it nudged at his newly shorn hair. He felt warm rays of light on his scalp warming him, and fancied the sun must have risen. The nearby sound of the running water was soothing, and so was the rustling of the leaves in the trees overhead. Haru had worried initially about sleeping out in the elements, but it hadn't been so uncomfortable, perhaps because it was such a novel experience. Haru had spent the last 15 years in his mother's Kyoto home, in a spacious bedroom which overlooked the equally spacious garden. He had never before slept outdoors. He had not even slept on the veranda, though that was covered. He had lain there as a child he could recall during the long lazy summers with his head on Sakurako's lap. And perhaps he had dozed, but his mother had always scolded him for that. She had thought it uncouth to sleep outdoors, where mosquitoes could needle Haru's unprotected skin. Maybe his mother had a point when it came to the insects. Haru had been bitten a couple of times during the night, but sleeping outdoors wasn't so bad. He had survived at least. He felt refreshed, invigorated even. Perhaps that was down to the good luck. If it had rained during the night, Haru thought his opinion might have altered. Haru let the minutes pass by him, like sand in an hourglass, before he heard a shifting beside him. Was that Kishou? Upsy daisy! Haru heard Kishou muttering to himself as he sat up. Yes, it was Kishou. It must have been. The grass rustling beneath him. Kishou yawned. Then he looked at Haru. Haru couldn't see that Kishou was looking at him. He was feigning sleep, not wanting to be drawn into a conversation, but he could feel Kishou's brown eyes on his. Kishou's gaze was not exactly piercing, but there was a certain weight to it. Oh ho? Ooh? Ah, hee hee. Maybe that was down to compassion? Still asleep, are we, young master? Well, that's no great surprise. You're awful at getting up in the mornings. It's quite funny when you act so prim and proper. But that must be on account of your breeding. I never would have survived on the streets for as long as I did if I hadn't kept my wits about me. You're pretty soft by comparison. But I suppose that's what's happened with you when you live in a fancy house like yours. Kishou chuckled, while Haru resisted the urge to scowl. He rather thought that Kishou was underestimating him. But Kishou himself seemed to realize this because he corrected himself. But no. You ain't soft, not really. There's steel to you, despite everything. You really are fiery. I was impressed, when you got the better of me back then. I ain't used to being caught out. Especially not by such a slender young thing. I thought you were a real impressive woman. But you're just as impressive now I know you're a guy. Still. You could stand to be a little better at waking yourself up. It ain't very ladylike sleeping like a log. I'm sure your mother would agree with me there. Haru heard the grass about him rustle. Then, he felt a hand on his forehead. Though the hand was clad in a glove, Haru could tell that the fingers were larger than his and firmer, the pads pitted with calluses. It was the hand of a man who had worked to secure a living. Kishou's work, of robbing old women, might not have been the most reputable, but it was work nonetheless. It was activity he undertook to survive. Haru, meanwhile, had never had to occupy his hands like this. Not since that fateful night, when he had faced off against those monsters. His hands, in comparison to Kishou's, felt inferior. His fingers were very slender and very pale. They really were the fingers of a young maiden. Well, never mind. Kishou gave the top of Haru's head a genial ruffle. It ain't like we need to be up right this second. You've been through a lot, so I'll let you sleep. You're the only one who can kill those creatures, so you need to be in good health. Otherwise we'll be screwed. I count on you, partner. Kishou rose after delivering this speech, still laughing. Goodness. Just listen to me chattering away to myself. It's a bad habit. You might have a point, young master. I really do talk too much. Kishou strode off, his light laughter trailing in his wake, like scattered clocks from a dandelion. What? Huh? What a dandelion clock? What? Huh? Oh! Apparently the white seed heads of dandelions are called clocks. That's so curious. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, thank you for the stretch cheese and pasta cheek needles. Thank you, thank you. Oh, big stretch. Yeah, that's cute. I like that. Learn something new every day. Haru, for his part, continued to lie there. His eyes were closed, but he wasn't unconscious. He had heard all of Kishou's one-sided chatter and had felt Kishou's hand as it had stroked his hair. The top of Haru's head was tingling from Kishou's touch. His face, meanwhile, felt flushed. Had Kishou noticed that? Haru hoped he hadn't. With some luck, the fast-talking thief had been too caught up in his own ramblings to pay Haru much heed. Haru lay there for a few moments more until Kishou's footsteps had faded. Then, and only then, did he sit upright. His face still felt warm. Why was that? Well, perhaps it was to be expected. Haru, just like Kishou, had little experience interacting with other people, particularly people as hands-on as Kishou. He was wholly unaccustomed to being manhandled like that. But it wasn't such a bad thing. Men only want one thing, and it's disgusting. Being manhandled. And men desire to be manhandled so desperately. It's crazy. Perhaps there was something to be said for Kishou's company after all. Haru stretched, then glanced about. Where had Kishou gone? Perhaps he meant to tend the horses or to catch some fish for breakfast. Haru was rather hungry. If that was the case, Haru thought that he might busy himself with preparing a fire. It would give him something to do, and it would take his mind off of Kishou's touch from earlier. Haru rose to his feet, then began to search. He looked along the riverbank, scouting out any fallen branches which could make for a suitable fire. Hello? A new titty CG. Hi! Congratulations, chat. Hang on. Is there... How do I hide the box? Let's look at the gallery. What a pan. My goodness. Oh, young master, are you up and about already? I figured you'd be dozing for at least another hour or so. But Haru soon paused. He had found Kishou in his hunt for firewood, though the thief was not tending to the horses and neither was he fishing. He was standing in the river, but it was in a state of undress. He had stripped himself of his clothes, which lay in a heap by the riverbank, and now Kishou was... Huh? Are you alright, young master? He was stark naked. Oh my goodness! Kishous' hands were in his hair, which had been in the middle of cleaning. Rivulets of water, meanwhile, tracked down the planes of Kishous' body. The water made his chest, which was well sculpted, shimmer in the morning's light. The water rolled down his clavicle, his chest, the tops of his thighs, and a few stray droplets, of course, were scattered in his most intimate of places. Haru found his eyes wandering, though he dearly wished they wouldn't. Why was he staring so much? He was being unseemly. But wait. Wasn't this Kishous' fault? He was the one who had chosen to bathe in the river without first warning Haru. Haru had seen Kishou naked before, it was true enough, when he had stripped to step into the springs, but that had been far briefer. It was not so now, however. Haru could see absolutely everything. Young master? And he was unsure how he felt about it. Hey now. Kishou noticed Haru's roving eyes because of course he did. Haru had little experience with other people and he had yet to master the art of subterfuge. Yeah, he's a bit naked, isn't he, chat? A wolfish smile rose to Kishou's mouth, one which made him look more handsome than he did already, as he said, "You've been staring at me for quite some time, young master. You enjoying the view?" What? No! That's obscene. How could you suggest such a thing? Quite easily, as a matter of fact. It seemed like a reasonable question, what with the way you've been staring. You make me feel like a hunk of meat here. You exaggerate. Not by much. You're making me feel all shy. Now that you've seen me in such a state, I guess you've got no choice other than to make me your bride. Oh, that's always a good joke. That's always a good bit. I'll be spoilt for marriage otherwise after being subjected to your lascivious gaze. What? Why you? He sees the curves of the seats above. No! How scary! Hi, heart. Yeah, this is a horny. It's a bit horny in here. How you doing? Part of Haru was surprised that Kishou's vocabulary was wide enough to encompass. Thank you. Thank you for waiting for me to get that word finally. Encompass a word like lascivious. Thank you. Thank you for being so patient with me. Yeah, sometimes it takes me a minute. Sometimes it takes a bitch a minute. I like to go through all the pronunciations that could possibly be. Thank you for the headpats, Ambrosia. Now, let's put this through the butch lens we all talked about earlier, guys. This is how I understand that this is hot, right? Now, I understand the text is already telling me that it's hot, but my brain can register that it's actually hot to other people because I can put it through the butch lens. I imagine her hair is a bit longer for the censoring. Just a titty though. Just a bit of the, you just make the hair a bit longer to censor a nipple. The nipples, that bit. The muscles are still there, the wolfish grin, the flirting. That's how it works for me usually. That's how I understand that men are hot to other people. It's all well and good for a text to tell me this isn't a situation where a character is attractive to another character. But I like to get in deep. I like to like figure out why a character is attractive, you know? Oh my god. Yeah, Ambrosia, you understand now. Yeah, we're applying like skills and knowledge to real scenarios, just like they do in university. Like with like you apply the skills you learn to like real research things and whatnot. You know, it's like how you apply like math formulas to problems. I imagine. I'm not good at math. That's what you do, right? I mean, you use the math formula to help you solve the problem. Yeah. It makes more sense once you use the formula. Part of Haru was surprised that Kishou's vocabulary was wide enough to encompass a word like lascivious. But another greater part of him was so ashamed he couldn't formulate the words to express this. He couldn't think of the words to formulate anything. Stop being so stupid. You're no blushing bride. Yeah, true. I think the one who's really blushing here is you, though. That's peculiar. You didn't seem all that fussed when we were in the hot springs yesterday. How's this any different? You're supposed to strip off in the hot springs. That's to be expected. And you weren't completely naked either. You had a towel. Haru is so funny because to me adding the towel makes it more erotic. The hint of not knowing, you know? The tease. A tiny towel. It didn't cover all that much. It covered enough. At the very least, it spared me from having to look at your... Never mind. Yes, exactly. We don't know. I mean, we know theoretically what's under there, but also we don't know. It's why sometimes wearing an outfit can be... Thank you, Needles. Thank you. Willy. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think Haru is able to say able to talk about genitals at all yet. Especially not with this crush of his. I love Needles so much. You miss so much? Hi, Jackie. Welcome back. Our tsundere Haru has accidentally was going around looking for firewood and he saw Haru is seeing willies. We don't get to see willies because this is Twitch and this is the safe for work version of the game. I imagine in the not safe for work patch, the one you can get on itch.io, hint it, nudge nudge. That is also official, hint it, nudge nudge. You can see willy. I imagine that is a possibility. And maybe hole too. Probably hole as well. But Haru woke up and was going around getting some firewood to cook their breakfast. And he came across Kishous, who was having a bath because he was like, Haru's still asleep, this is probably fine. and now Kishou's just like teasing him because Haru is looking a lot. Haru is looking at a lot of things. And Kishou's like, oh, how do I cope with the situation? This is kind of amusing, but I also have to like react to this or it's just gonna keep happening. Oh, young master. You act like I'm doing you some great disservice, but remember you were the one staring at me. Nobody made you. I couldn't help myself though. Not when you're being so brazen. You've not even tried to cover yourself. And why should I do that? We're both men here. Probably fine, yep, probably fine, yep. I don't think he's mad about it. I think Kishou's okay with the situation. Haru's the one struggling. Even men ought to have some shame. Haru clicked his tongue. I'm starting to think that you're enjoying the attention, you pervert. Oh, now that's quite the accusation to throw around. Would you be happy if I was? Sir. He's like, no, unless... I mean, he's like, no, I would never, unless. Boy, he's so funny. Boy, he's so fucking funny. Kishou's so fucking funny. Yeah, unless. A pervert? Nah, enjoying the attention. But I guess that works too. Ain't you happy I enjoy your company so much? It should make travelling with me that much easier. Travelling? Haru flushed, abashed at the slip of the tongue. With you would be easier if you would stop making so many insinuating remarks. Oh, come on, young master. It's only a bit of teasing. It's teasing I could do without, thank you. Now hurry up with your bath. I want to eat breakfast sometime this century. Oh. Is that why you're in such a snippy mood, huh? You ain't hungry, are you, young master? A little. So you get mad when your belly's rumbling? How cute! He's found out that the cute little guy gets hangry. And he's like, oh, that's so cute! Another reason. Oh, fuck off. Haru stalked off, his eyes narrowed. He wanted to feel like the victor of this little spat. But Kishou's laughter, which followed him as he retreated, made his face burn redder and redder. Kishou himself probably hadn't been aware that their prior conversation had been possible to lose. Eat a Snickers, it won't help, but safe word candy you could have. Yeah, it's the safe word candy option. The not safe word candy option is a bit... It's not allowed on Twitch, let's say that. But Haru had never felt more defeated in his life. He's such a tsundere. Oh, we got an achievement. Another nightmare. Read the second act. We've finished the second act. I think there's like 3 or 4 acts in this game. How exciting. Let me double check. It might say it on the edge page. How many acts there are. Game, do a quick Google. I do a quick Google. I do a quick Google. A googly. A great googly moogly. Oh, it doesn't say how many X there are. But there's approximately 48 hours of reading. 100k worth of text. So we might have 1 or 2 X left. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't think this was going to be a long one anyway. Haru's journey with Kishou continued largely unimpeded in the following days. Kazimura was a week or so away according to his father, but this was if one was travelling by cart. On horseback, however, it seemed more likely the journey would take twice that, particularly given Haru wasn't as familiar with the lay of the land as the cart driver. There was still a lot of ground to cover, but Haru was determined to see his journey through until the end. During the days while they travelled, the sky was a clear, fair blue, dotted with only a few white clouds. The same could not be said, however, for the night. The monsters did not appear every night, but they began to materialise with more frequency the closer they drew to Kazimura. Kazimura, not Kazi. The coming of these monsters was always coupled with a strange red colour that filled the sky as though the moon itself was on fire. Chat, do you think this is going to have a happy ending or a sad ending? Because I don't know. I've never played this one before. Do you think this is a happy ending one? I think the chances of it being a happy ending are high, but the chances of it being a sad ending are not 0. There was an unpleasant odour which accompanied the wicked creatures, and more worryingly still, Haru's nightmares had been getting more graphic. Ooh, lore time! The nightmares plagued Haru to such an extent he found it hard to sleep at night. He felt exhausted during the day and his head constantly ached. Perhaps Kishou noticed Haru's discomfort. He was more perceptive than he let on, because he turned to address Haru one night when it was late, and Haru could not sleep. Hey, young master? Are you still awake? You could tell? You were tossing and turning a little, yeah. I thought it was strange. When you sleep, you're as quiet as anything. I wish I could say the same about you. Ouch. Is sleeping with me really that rotten? First of all, let me correct you. I'm not sleeping with you, I'm sleeping next to you. And to answer your question, it's been awful. Has it really? Well, what do you expect? You snore. I can't say anybody has ever told me that before. But it's been a while since I slept with... Sorry. Slept next to anyone. Hee. Man who hee-hees. I must bring up the fan art idea where Kishou and Haru go to Sanrio Land and they get matching character headbands, and Kishou loves it and is wearing it unironically, and Haru is glaring and upset the whole time and embarrassed but secretly enjoying himself. Like, this is a man who hee-hees. He would love Sanrio Land. I'm not crazy. I'm a genius, actually. I guess I'll take your word for it. It sounds like the kind of thing I would do. It is the sort of thing you do. It's also incredibly annoying. I've heard that one before. It seems like I can't stop irritating you. I don't mean to, though. I'm trying to look out for you like your old man asked. Which is why I want to know how you're feeling. Are you alright? Haru pressed his lips together. That was a good question. Was he alright? He was unsure. He was starting to tire of sleeping beneath the stars, but he knew there was little point complaining about it. There were few options available to him during this journey, given his determination to give a wide berth from any settlements. He didn't want to attract the attention of any more monsters. My Melody and Chromie are girlfriends right there. Yes, that would be so good, but also I would like to have them wearing like headbands that match their characters. So I do think that like Haru could wear the Badsmaru. Or let's look at derailing. Haru could wear Kuromi or Badsmaru. And no, you're fine. It's easy to derail me. It's not your fault. Or headbands, or like either one. And they could do the My Melody with Kishous as a matchy. Or Haru could wear the Badsmaru, and I think that Kishou is like a pom-pom Purin type actually. I think he's a pom-pom Purin. It would fit him so well. I only picked popular ones because those are the ones that would have merch. For them to actually get at the park, you know? He didn't want to attract the attention of even more monsters. That would have been disastrous. I'm just about to say that. Yes! You're so real, Needles. You know everything. You're like so on my wavelength. Sleeping on the ground wasn't easy on his back, but the weather had been fair lately. At least it hadn't rained. That was something to be thankful for. The sounds of nature could also be soothing, the sighing of the breeze and the rustling of the leaves on the trees. It wasn't unpleasant, but Haru still found it hard to doze off. Does anyone remember that anime that was like Sanrio Boys? Right? It was a bunch of hot boys in high school, and they all had like, they were all like hiding. Hang on. I watched a few episodes of it back in the day. So like, it's about like high school boys, and each of the boys like become friends, and they're all like friends and stuff, and they all have like their favorite Sanrio character, and they all slowly opened up to each other about enjoying cute things and it being okay as a guy to enjoy cute things, and it's honestly really sweet. I should finish it sometime. My favorite character was, hang on, it was a bit like Yaoi-core too. My favorite character was Yumizuno. He's like the character that bounces off of the main character. And his favorite was My Melody. He's kind of girly pop. And he was like really open about enjoying My Melody, so like the main character was like, oh, that's actually okay to do? He was really excited. And the main character's favorite character was Pom Pom Purin. Oh! There was a Cybird Sanrio game where you date the boys. I didn't know that. That's so cool. Gonna make Zach watch that with you. It's honestly really fluffy and nice. It's honestly really sweet. Like, it's so cute. And I was so excited because one of the characters, his favorite character, Sanrio character, was Little Twin Stars, and I was like, ah! Because that was my favorite characters. Those were my favorite characters at the time, so I was like, oh my god! Little Twin Stars aesthetic is like so peak. And Little Twin Stars always has like good shit. But Haru still found it hard to doze off. It's not. I'm gonna be real with you, Zach. It's pseudo-gay. It's more homo like pseudo. Like guys being friends and being like more interested in each other than usually guys who are friends with each other are. It's not actually gay, unfortunately. It's like fanfic gay more than real. It's like TV show gay that is more gay in the fanfics than it can be on the TV show because they want it to like be mainstream. The main guy and my favorite character who's like a girly pop, like very like boyfriend Koa. Like they're very much, they should totally be together, like they're made for each other, but it's because it's like a mainstream TV show, they just can't, because yaoi has like rules with like when it's shown in Japan. Needs more Maru Mofa Biori. Girly, yes! Was it out? Was Maru Mofa Biori a character when that came out? Hang on. Sanrio Boys came out... Hang on. I'm gonna sneeze. Ah! Oh my goodness. There's a manga, a video game, and an anime. The anime came out in 2018. Yeah, I'm good. The only sneezes I have are big sneezes, unfortunately. I don't get delicate sneezes as I should. 2018 in Maru Mofa Biori. Strong lungs. Yeah, it's the only strong thing about me. Oh, good. I'm back! And it looks like it reconnected in time so I don't have to splice the VODs together. Nice! I win. I win. That's good. I hate doing that. I hate opening the editing software and having to do things with it. It makes me so angry. It's just nothing about it feels good to me. It feels like a bad thing to touch. I have a strong will, that's true. Oh no, it is a new stream. Damn it. I do have to open the editing software. Whatever. So strong, crash stream for a minute. Yeah, I'm just too powerful. This platform can't handle my juice. For real. It doesn't know what to do with me. Getting the first redeem. You got the first redeem at the start of like stream again. Oh my god. Double. Can't handle your what? Can't handle my juice, you know. I'm not giving Hina a second treat. Shut the fuck up, Zach. Mods, kill that man. Kill that man for 10 seconds. No, don't say sorry to him. He deserves it. Zach asks for it all the time. He's very attackable. It's fine. $11 seconds. Oh, she had an extra one. How fun. Thank you. No problem. I love how when someone's timed out, all their messages are like deleted too. It's very funny to me. You just die forever. You're given a blank slate in my chat room. So fucking funny. Hey, welcome back. You got a blank slate. You have to pull up the mod view, thanks. Yeah, Ambrosia got modded a minute ago. Because honestly, she's been like living up to the vibes, and it's always good to have more mods just in case. Yeah. Problem with mod view is sometimes it can like be a bit laggy if you're trying to do other stuff on your computer in comparison to like normal view. Also, it can be like harder to have it up on your phone if you're doing things on your phone instead of on the computer. But it's all good. Thank you, Ambrosia, for killing the Zac. He deserves it. He's the reason I have like Jackie, no lie, I have saved gifs in my on Discord, right? You know how you can favorite them, so you can like quick access to ones you use all the time. He is the reason why I have a fly spray gif saved. Just for him. Just for him. No one else. Oh, you cannot do redeem and mod view on the phone? Oh, that's so mean. I'm still impressed you got first. Maybe other people forgot about it and they were like lagging on getting it. They were like, oh. Crazy. I'm a bit worried because Zac is going to be DMing a game with me and in February. Private game. And thanks for catching up, Stream Elements. Fucking hell. Wow. And I feel like it's going to be... I'm very excited. Your fave gifts are F14 dots. That's pretty good. I think this is going to be one of the games where I like bully the DM. I don't always bully the DM, but when I do, it's usually deserved. You know? Like, I feel like I'm going to bully the DM a little bit in this game. Test his limits, you know? He tests our limits all the time. We gotta test his. Yeah, I have a lot of anime gifs saved because I don't want to look them up again. And that one was saved recently because of a certain little skelly man. His back ached from sleeping rough, his behind ached from riding a horse for so long, and his arms ached from all the fighting he'd been doing during the nights. Fun fact, I used to go horse riding regularly because there was a disabled horse riding group funded by... Well, I can't remember what it's funded by, but it was like a school program where you go like specific days, like a specific day of every week you would go out and go to a horse riding place for all the disabled people who signed up for it. We could go out there and do some horse riding, and it was fun until a bunch of like people from the warehouse, which is a big shop chain, like a big, has everything. It's not a very good store anymore. It doesn't have everything anymore. It's pretty shit. It's gone down the hill. A bunch of them came like to visit as work training, and they were led up to like the riding arena. And when I was coming right back around to like the gate end. I was coming back to like circle to face the gate end, which is where you enter from, to face that side again. And there was a bunch of these like people in their uniforms, bright red. The warehouse is bright red. Horses don't love bright red. Very spooky, blood, scary, a lot of it. And they had all just appeared out of nowhere because the horse was just chilling. It was a good horse, very good horse. All the horses there were amazing, even the silly ones and naughty ones were really good at working with people. They had ponies too. It was really nice. And she got so scared and so spooked, she reared up, and I screamed because I was scared. I was scared because suddenly there were people. That was alarming. I wasn't told about that. And the horse had reacted, and that was scary. And one of the volunteers at the horse place came over and helped. Two of them came over. One came over to usher people away and say, "Hey, this is a problem. You fucked up. You shouldn't have done this." And another one came over and helped calm down the horse, because it's very hard to calm down a horse when you're on it. I love horses still. They're disgusting, messy. Not disgusting. They're messy, temperamental bitches. I really enjoy them, but they are dangerous. And I haven't handled them in a long time, so I probably would not know a lot about handling them, but you gotta respect their boundaries, and that was disrespect both on my part as someone who wasn't aware that they were going to be there and wasn't prepared for that situation. And on their part, and on the horse's part, it was disrespect to them because they also weren't like prepared to see a mass of people in a very bright, alarming colour. Because the other thing about bright colours like the reds and oranges and yellows is it's not just blood, it's also the colour that like bugs and snakes use to signify I'm dangerous. Like that's what bees are yellow. They're like, hi, I'm dangerous, I can hurt you. Don't go for me, it's a bad idea for both of us. You're not going to come out good, neither am I. It's not going to end well. So it's and horses are prey animals, like straight up. They're hardwired to think about that kind of thing. And I think that place is still going, which is nice. But yeah, I used to do horseback riding regularly, and that did kind of shut it down. My enjoyment of it. That kind of shakes a bitch. And then one of my friends at the time was like, she was one of those horse people, you know, she was a capital letter horse girl. Right. So first thing she tells me, you shouldn't have shrieked, you made it worse. Pissed me the fuck off. Yeah, because you react well to everything that happens to you, don't you? You react well to every scary situation completely. She was a shrieker. She had no right to say that. She shrieked. We were going through a, yeah, she fucking sucked. I don't talk to any of my high school friends. I don't talk to any of those bitches. I sent a mass text to all of them saying, I don't respect any of you, bye. Basically, paraphrasing. Deleted all their numbers and never talked to them again. I realised that I'm worth something, and I don't deserve the disrespect that I dealt with all those years. And my mum was very happy about that, because she was always quietly like, these people suck. You know? You don't tell your kid who to be friends with. But, like, she never liked many of them. She's like, I'm not going to tell my kid who to be friends with. That's not something you do. If you're a normal parent. No. And I was pretty easily, like, influenced by people's opinions. Like when I didn't know who I was yet, so I would just listen to what people told me and I believed them. I didn't know who I was and what I wanted, so I would just listen and believe what people told me. So if she told me she didn't like my friends, I would like do it because of her and not because of my own health and my own well-being, you know? His arms ached from all the fighting he'd been doing during the nights. Well, thank you for the head pats, Needles. Yeah, just a little story from my beautiful fucked up past. He ached all over in a physical sense, and in an emotional one too. The more distance he put between himself and Kyoto, the more he found he missed it. Thank you for the head pats, Ambrosia. I'm all good. I laugh now. Love the Scylla lore. Yeah. These are layers of fucked up things that have happened to me throughout my life that made me the person I am, and also I think, how to explain it? You have to go through some stuff to develop into a human, right? Not that I'm human, but too much can like really stunt you for a while. Leaves you in the survival mode for too long. So you don't know how to develop quite yet. You need to be able to get out of survival mode to develop, straight up. And if you can't, then like, you're stuck. And you develop as best you can. You do develop into some sort of human or creature or whatever. But it's not a safe creature. It's not a creature that feels like their developments are okay to display to everyone and be like real. There's like, it's malformed. That sounds mean. It sounds a bit mean calling it malformed. It's yeah. Was this why you couldn't sleep? I don't have the right word for it. It's not malformed. That's mean. It's not your fault if you're in a situation where survival is all you can do. I'm fine. You sure? You've been awful quiet lately. Are you sure the issue is that I'm too quiet, and not that you're much too loud? Heh, touche. Boy, he keeps hee-heeing. It's gonna kill me. Boy, man who hee-hees. Man in his 20s who goes hee-hee. You might have a point. But if we aren't gonna talk to fill the silence, then one of us has to. I can't stand it when it gets too quiet. Makes me feel uncomfortable. And I can't stand it when you make too much noise. So I suppose we're at an impasse. Impasse. Warped? Maybe warped. Yeah, I feel a bit weird about making a judgment call about how people's like mental development. It's not quite kind of me. As someone who is also fucked up in various ways, it's something that I treat like what I don't want to comment on too harshly. I suppose so. I guess we really are incompatible, huh? Absolutely. My father must have been deluding himself if he thought we might ever be able to get along. I don't know if I call your old man delusional. Optimistic seems like a better way of putting it. He seemed to me like the kind of guy who wants to believe the best in others. I'm grateful actually that he gave me a chance. If he'd let your mother have her way, I'd probably be in prison right now. You'd probably deserve it too. How harsh! Don't you feel any gratitude towards me, young master? For helping you out? I did patch up that mate of yours, and I think I helped back at the end too. Haru didn't respond to this question, well-meaning though it was. He couldn't. All thoughts of the inn and what had occurred on that night made him feel sick. When he closed his eyes to sleep, he could still see the bodies scattered on the floor, staining the tatami crimson. This thought churned in his head once more alongside the smell. God, it had been potent, which further stimulated his gas reflex. Haru had thought, before he had set off on his journey, that he would be able to overcome any hardships fate threw at him. He had been wrong. He still couldn't forget the blood. It's been like a day or two, bitch. Of course you haven't forgotten. It hasn't even been a week. Girl, it's normal. Shit's fucked. Well, never mind that. It's in the past. I don't know if I want to get all bogged down thinking about that depressing shit myself. So why don't I show you something interesting instead? Something interesting? Yeah. Take a look up yonder. Oh, pretty new art! Kishou pointed upwards, directing Haru's gaze towards the starry sky. It's a nice clear night, see? The stars are shining real bright, and there's hardly any clouds. Don't you think the stars look pretty? Haru frowned. Did the stars look pretty? He wasn't sure. Had never really thought of it. He'd never seen the point in thinking too much of the stars, not when they were so far away. Now that Kishou pointed them out, however, he supposed they did look rather nice. Even if they were a little cold. Oh, classic anime shit. They're facing other ways. Opposite ways thing. It's just like in my favorite anime, the Utena. It's just like in my favorite anime, Utena. You know what, I bet this has happened in JoJo as well. No, I don't think it has happened in JoJo yet. It hasn't been that slow paced. Don't want to accidentally snuggle, so gotta be opposite. Exactly! It's also like representative of their different mindsets in life, you know? Their mindsets are so different, so they can't be on the same wavelength, you know? It's the artificial distance as well, you get it? Oh, media analysis! Wow, it's so cool! It is really cool. I'm just doing silly voices because I can. They're not bad, I guess. Not bad. Kishou parroted Haru, an amused smile playing about his lips all the while. Apparently stargazing helps with loneliness. It's a bit hard to stargaze these days. There's so many light pollutions going on that it's just... you can barely see it. You don't get it? Imagine outing yourself as media illiterate. Crazy. So, like... do I have to pull up a diagram? I don't have, like, an app I can use. So, like, because their heads... because their heads are not, like, right next to each other, and they're facing different directions, it symbolizes the different viewpoints on life, right? It symbolizes the different ways of, like, viewing the world, because they are facing different ways, literally. Facing different ways, literally. They may be looking at the same thing, but they are facing differently. Right? Keeping up with me so far? Oh shit, Aki gave me a shout out. She may be coming over to attack us soon, watch out. Gaze go burrow. That doesn't tell me you got it, Zach. That tells me that you're just listening to me yap and yap and yap. This is actual media literacy. Keep up, my man. One's view is upside down to the other's. Exactly, Jackie. Kishou's viewpoint. He wants to see good in the world. He wants to see a reason to keep on living because his life is so much strife. He wants to see a reason to keep on living. The opposite. Someone time Zach out for 10 seconds refusing to develop media literacy. I'm giving him a free lecture. The fucker. He's earned another one. Get him. Get him. And Haru is facing a different way. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. 600 seconds! It's a minute, I think. That's beautiful. You get to spray him if you want to, Needles. No, I was okay with the 600 seconds, Jackie. You could have kept it as that. I am not doing... No, you could have kept it, Jackie. I would have accepted it. It was funny. You can spray him, Needles. Go ahead. Random book line. I tidied my books. What do I... Sometimes I just want to punt him into the sun. Yeah. That's a Needles quote, isn't it? I can tell. Hang on. I've got JoJo's. I haven't read any JoJo's quotes. Next one it stays? Yeah. I have JoJo's. So, I offhandedly mentioned to my older brother one time that I was a fan, that my favorite JoJo arc was Golden Wind. The Mafia Italian one. Giorno is my favorite JoJo. So he, one Christmas or birthday, it's hard to say, it's the same month, he gave me the whole volume, like all the volumes from that arc. Like a big present of all the volumes, and they're all hardcover too. Listen to that. Hardcover. Nice hardcover. Proper spine. Beautiful. Here's a cool speech from Giorno. The only survivor in this world is the truth. Righteous acts born from the truth will live on for all eternity. But their hopes and deeds live on. They handed the arrow to me. And what about your actions? Have they come from truth or from superficial evil? We're about to find out. Will you be able to survive in the end? Boss. Fucking love Giorno. I love Giorno. Giorno. My mistake. I said his name wrong. How could I? Yeah, we love you, Zach. You're just a menace that we have to attack sometimes. Kishou parroted Haru. an amused smile playing about his lips all the while. I'll show you one of the wonders of our natural world, and all you say is it's not bad. Where's your sense of romance? I don't have any. My mother raised me as a woman for all of my life. I never had opportunity to speak to the opposite sex other than Sakurako, and she is like an older sister to me. I know nothing of love, and I fail to see how that's related to the stars. Oh, I didn't mean that kind of romance, you know, the touchy-feely sort. I was thinking more, the feeling you get, I guess, when you look at something beautiful or inspiring or, I don't know, something that's bigger than you are. There's romance in that too. See, their viewpoints are so different and they're discussing it. It's beautiful. Even though their mindsets on the world are so different, they're doing their best to understand each other. And this is related to the way they're lying on the ground. Media literacy is a gift and beautiful, and it allows you to view things that you're watching with so much more layers and like you get to see the extra layers that are happening in it because you understand more about the presentation. You have more appreciation for what it's doing. It's actually really fun to understand multiple layers of what a work's doing because there's more to enjoy. You see what I mean by rage baiting, chat? It's crazy. Yeah, Heart. It's crazy and it's awesome too. Spray him again, Needles. I know you want to. Is that so? Haru had been raised in a cloistered environment and he'd never really had the opportunity to look at something bigger than he was. For over a decade, all he had seen had fit neatly into his realm of understanding. She got the water in your ear! That's so fucking funny though. She's cleaning out your ears for you. Now you can hear her well when she tells you off. She's so sweet. He hadn't needed to understand anything beyond what his mother deemed acceptable. Was that why he had never looked to the stars? Perhaps he had thought it meaningless. He would never, after all, be able to reach them. He'd been trapped. When Haru was with Kishous, however, he felt less so. It's hard for me to understand, but maybe I see what you mean. I imagine it would be, growing up with a mother like that. She doesn't strike me as the sort who'd approve of daydreaming. Not really, she's very strict. Living with her was very oppressive, actually. Skeletons of ears, you learn something new every day. The thing is, Needles, they have ear holes. They do, actually. I don't know if he's drawn those on. Or if he's just not given himself ear holes in his art. That'd be really weird if he didn't give himself ear holes. How does he hear? Is it psychic? A mystery. Oh, his ear holes have grown over again. We're never going to get through to him. I can imagine. I always thought you were luckier than me on account of your parents being rich. But I guess you've had your own troubles too. Imagine never looking at the stars before. Or knowing nothing about romance. It feels like such a waste. I often thought that I was wasting my time while I lived with my mother. You're back. Do you need to kill Zack again? No. Needles has employed the other option of killing Zack is, so Needles is actually Zack's partner and they live together, and Needles does hit him with the spray bottle if we need him to. She does go spritz at him. And it's really funny. I did feel as though I was destined for more. It's better when it's live. You always stream when I'm like dead or something. And it's really mean. So I can't see it live. One time I'm gonna come into your stream, Zack, and I'm gonna be like, can you get, hey Needles, if you're watching, can you spray him for me just so I can see it live? I think that'd be really cool. Shell has it as redeemed. Good! It's perfect. And by that you mean you thought one day end up being a slayer of monsters with a handsome, quick-talking thief by your side. So you finally admit that you're a thief? Haru smiled and shook his head. No. I cannot say I imagined my life would play out quite like this. I suppose I don't mind it though. Heh, I'm glad. I don't mind this too much myself. I'm having fun in a strange sort of way. Even if this adventure's had no shortage of peril. Yesterday you were asleep on the couch and Shell called for me to spray Zack, so I woke up and got him. I can't believe he would be so rude as to be naughty enough to need to be sprayed while you're having a nap. Disgusting. No consideration on his part for real. It has been nice to leave Kyoto, I agree. Though I have been worrying about my mother. She's so good at it, Jackie. She's so dedicated to the bit, and I'm so fucking happy about it. It's beautiful. Magic in this world for real. Has she been weighing on your mind? Naturally. It would be unfilial if I did not spare her a thought or two. She raised me more or less single-handedly. She exhausted me, and she irritated me. But I still love her. I cannot help but wonder whether I've disappointed her, setting forth on this journey. I did not want to upset her. But I think it might be too late for such concerns, when I have already disobeyed her. You've been a naughty boy, yeah. But I happen to like naughty boys. Kishou! Man! Kishou! We were having a sentimental moment. Kishou! My man, it was getting real and sentimental. And sweet. And like grounded and you're like, no, but I have to flirt. I have to. He's been holding back and he was like, I can't hold back anymore. I need to fucking flirt with this man. So fucking funny. Keisha grinned, then nudged Haru in the side. Fucking menace. Besides, I'm sure she'll forgive you. Do you think so? She's gotta. I mean, you and I both know you're gonna beat up all those monsters and lift the curse. She can't stay mad at you then. Not when you come home a hero. Haru fell silent for a few moments, still looking up at the sky. He let Kishou's words wash over him, more soothing than any balm. Then he said with a small smile, You have a lot of faith in me, don't you? Of course I do. You've proven to be yourself to be more than capable. You might be a skinny little thing, but you were able to overpower me when we first met, and you've been doing a fine job at slicing up all those monsters too. You're way better at combat than I am. You're all graceful and dignified, I guess. You've real poise. There's something pretty romantic about the way you move, actually. I could never hope to measure up to you. That's because you tend to fight dirty. You have no honor. Well, I could have told you that myself. In fact, I think I might have told you that myself. I had to give up on my morals if I wanted to survive. It wasn't a luxury I had. I know. I wonder. Haru glanced at Kishou curiously, his short hair shifting. Do you resent me for that? For what? For my upbringing. Our childhoods couldn't have been more different. Now that's a pretty heavy question. It's kind of a lot to hit me with, but let me see. In the beginning, sure. I think I resented you a little, more than a little actually. When I saw you swanning around in that fancy kimono of yours. I thought there was something indecent about it, actually. Flaunting all that wealth when so many of us can't even afford to eat on a day-to-day basis. Looking back on it, I reckon that's why I singled you out. It's because you stood out. I didn't think there was anything too bad about taking advantage of a wealthy young lady who'd been born in the lap of luxury. But I spent enough time with you to know my first impression wasn't exactly fair. Because I'm not a lady, you mean? Well, that too. But I met your mother now and I know what she's like. Honestly, I think she's kind of scary. Her gaze was so piercing, I'm surprised you didn't turn me to stone. I didn't realize you were afraid of her. You didn't act like it. That'll be because of my years spent on the streets. I picked up a trick or two, you see, after fraternising with some of society's dregs. No matter what you do, you can't show people that you're scared of them. I have enough street smarts not to make myself an easy target. So you're saying my mother's as frightening as a cutthroat? She's on the same level, yeah. I still get chills when I think about her. Sheesh. I can't believe you grew up being looked after by a woman like her. Must have been rough for you. After I met her, I figured you must have gone through some shit of your own, so I didn't feel too envious. I didn't like living on the streets, but at least I had my freedom. I didn't have anybody tell me what to do or where I could go. Kishous smiled at Haru tenderly. Or how to dress and wear my hair. I reckon you've been pretty downtrodden for most of your life, despite being lucky in all other regards. I ain't about to envy you because of that. In fact, I feel almost sorry for you. So now I'm being pitied by a vagrant. This is quite the peculiar turn of events. Well, I figured you'd probably been pitying me too. Ever since I told you about my sisters, at least. Fair's fair, right? Well, you might be right about that. In the beginning, I disliked you too much to feel anything other than animosity towards you. I certainly didn't pity you. Now, however, you like me enough that you're willing to look down on me? I wouldn't phrase it quite like that, but maybe? Ha! Well, that's alright. You can pity me and I can pity you. Neither of us had the easiest of lives, and hey, I might have had a rotten upbringing, but at least I'm not the one saddled with an ages-old curse. That's gotta be tough. It has been rather a lot to contend with, true. I'll bet. You're holding up remarkably well despite all that, so try not to get too maudlin. I'll be here to cheer you on, no matter what happens. And if I ain't enough to comfort you, you've always got the stars. The stars? Yeah, the night sky up yonder. Kishous gestured towards it. It's way bigger than either of us are. The stars look small to us, but I'll bet we look small to them. If they can even see us, that is. Our problems in the grand scheme of things are pretty insignificant. But I think there's something reassuring about it. You like feeling insignificant? Haru raised an eyebrow. I really do wonder about your tastes sometimes. No, don't misunderstand me. It's not that I want to feel like an insect, even though some people treat me like one. It's just... the world's a big place and our lives are brief. All of us suffer some sort of hardship. But I think that's all the more reason to keep on struggling. I think there's something pretty romantic about that too, don't you? Haru looked at Kishous. He opened his mouth, a retort forming on the tip of his tongue, but Kishous looked so earnest that Haru swallowed it. What was the point in trying to tear Kishous down? He was only trying to help. Haru's worries hadn't been wholly assuaged, but he felt better than he had after speaking with Kishous. Somehow Kishous always seemed to cheer him up. Haru did not fully grasp the meaning of the word romance, but though Haru couldn't see the romance inherent in struggling, perhaps there was something romantic about it. I think that is where we will end today. Thank you for joining me again, chat. It was a lovely one. I don't really have a raid message for you all today. Let's see who's live. Let's see who we can tag. I don't really have a raid message for you today, unless you can think of one. Thank you for stream. Yeah, thank you for joining. Let's see. Oh, someone's playing the Binding of Isaac Repentance. Those games are fun, right? It's a bigger guy, so you won't notice as much. But it'll be a fun time. He's one of those flesh tubers I like. I know, I'm a flesh tuber enjoyer. Very disgusting of me. Let's go have fun times with him. He's cool. Love you all. Thank you for joining me today. We'll be coming back in a couple of days. Please check my Discord for streams. And someone plug the Discord. So check my Discord for my stream schedule and stream alerts, and check my VODs channel for past uploads. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I'll see you again soon. Bye bye.